Hello? Is this working? Hello? How's it going? I think this should be fine. Should be live. Everything looking good. Hello, Luck. How's it going? How's your day been? Oh man. Oh, I am tired. I just had to go to the doctor earlier today. Just got back, ate lunch, brewed my tea, and now we're ready. And I think we might be finishing the game today, unless there's some big plot twist and there's another investigation. I think the case is pretty much done. Although I still don't. Though there is one doubt in my mind, but we'll get to that once I get in the game. I just thought we'd, since this might be our last episode, I'd start it off with, in my opinion, the best song of the Ace Attorney series, Chief Gant's theme, Swimming Anyone, so that's what you've been hearing. But now, let's head to the game. Okay, so, I'm gonna need to do a little bit of an adjustment here, before we get started, so that I can actually see the game chat. Because I did fix the issue with the overlay that I'm using. And now I should be able to see the game chat if I just switch over to windowed mode. And let me just center that. And yeah, okay, and it should still look fine, since nothing has really changed. Yeah, let me just make sure everything's looking good. Yeah, okay, everything looks perfectly fine. In that case, let us get started. Although, first of all, I do need to talk a little bit about about the last kind of, I guess, doubt that I have. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Oh, we're getting right into it. Well, in that case, let me put on Swimming Anyone once again, while we talk here. They might be a little bit too loud. There we go. So, the one thing that has been really bothering me about this case, I mean, the case seems pretty clear-cut, to me. There are a few loose ends, that is true, but nothing really, case-breaking. Like, for example, who is standing in front of us right now? Obviously, we know that the person currently in control of the body is Dahlia, but who is the one who owns the body in the first place, right? I mean, it can't be Iris, since she has no, what do you call them? Psychic abilities. Which means that some spirit medium is channeling Dahlia. Pearls is with us, which leaves really only one conclusion, and that is that the person currently, the body whom Dahlia is currently inhabiting has to be Maya. After all, out of the two spirit mediums that we have here, who we know are able to channel spirits, since Bikini has not demonstrated any kind of ability, plus we've seen her before, and Iris can't channel, that leaves Maya as the only possibility for who is standing right there in front of us. The issue with that, though, is that why would Maya channel Dahlia, you know? Because I can understand Pearls being made to channel Dahlia by her mother, right, as in the letter. But why would Maya, you know? Did maybe Sister Iris tell her to channel Dahlia as a sort of oh yeah, so to do your spirit medium training, you need to do this and this. Although that seems kind of weird, considering she was trapped in the cavern during the entire time of the murder, so theoretically her spirit training should have already been finished by then. So it is interesting. I don't know how they've convinced Maya to channel Dahlia. And, well, assuming it's not Maya, then that means there must be some other character involved in all of this, right? But I suppose we'll see how that goes. There's also the fact that Dahlia doesn't seem to know about the method with which the body was transported across the ravine, right? Because we know for a fact that Misty was murdered over at the Inner Temple. Here, I'll pull up the map. Actually, if I can... Oh, damn it! We'll reload anyways, it's fine. Here, if I pull up the map, we can see that, Misty was murdered here. And shortly after she was murdered, the bridge was struck by lightning, or around that time, and started burning down, right? Now, at that point, the bridge wasn't able to be crossed yet. In order to fulfill their plan, they needed to get the body across the bridge. Now, it seemed that Dahlia knew that the murder took place after the snow has stopped. Now, I don't know if this was because she was actually there and committed the murder within Pearl's body, therefore leading to her being able to, remember when the time of death was, even though the fact that, she should have been playing the part of, Iris, but maybe that information slipped out. Like, she was sort of, unintentionally metagaming, to use D&D terms. So that might be a possibility. Other than that, it might just her be bullshitting. Although I still think she's probably the murderer, so I'm thinking metagaming. The issue here is that after that, the murderer used this rope to essentially swing the body over the crevice and over to the other side, where it landed over here, and it was picked up by the real Iris to then be set up at Hazakura Temple. The real issue with that, though, is that, the reason we tried to make the case that the person standing before us wasn't actually Iris was the fact that Iris carried the body, therefore she must know the method used to move the body across the ravine. However, Dahlia should know too. I mean, assuming she is the murderer, she is the one that actually devised the idea of using the rope to move the body across. Right? Yet, from what we've seen, she actually seems oblivious to the she actually seemed oblivious to the actual method that was used to swing the body across, which could indicate one of three things. One, she's still sort of yeah, that's some good tea. She was acting oblivious on purpose, for some reason. We'll see. Option B, she didn't actually commit the murder, and someone else actually did the whole thing. Option C is that she did commit the murder, but someone else actually swung the body over the ravine. Someone other than Dahlia, which would then explain why Dahlia wouldn't remember, which would explain why Dahlia wouldn't know about the method used, for the, thing. Also, by the way, this is the Inner Temple. I'm sorry, I'm kind of covering it with my camera a little bit. But yeah. I suppose we'll just have to go with that. I mean, that's, I think, the biggest mystery right now. Why doesn't Dahlia know about the rope swing, because everything else I think is pretty easy to explain away some form or another, but I suppose we'll see. I'm really curious as to why, because the fact that, okay, it's Maya, yeah, okay, maybe they convinced her some way, that shit is easily explainable. But what isn't easily explainable is why did fucking, what's her face? How doesn't Dahlia know about the pulley? That shit is really throwing me for a loop. I can't think of any, easy explanations for that. I think that might actually be very crucial to the case. In fact, indicating the fact that there might be a third person involved in this whole murder scheme, right? Because obviously we know Iris, we know Dahlia acting through Pearls, and then now possibly through Maya, and then finally the final a third person who is the one who actually either did the whole thing or they just were in charge of disposing of the body. But we'll have to see. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Although it is interesting because such a person would have been stranded on the island, at the inner temple, but we never really found anyone stranded at the inner temple, so I suppose we'll have to see. Unless this is like some ridiculous level of shit and it was actually Gato all along or something, because like he mysteriously doesn't show up for the trial, and then only ever the first time we actually see him is when we make it to the island, right? Now, of course, he probably just, didn't go to the trial because he has, he only is interested in going to the trial if Phoenix is there, and, only ever showed up to the island alongside the cops that also showed up to save Maya, but, that's a funny thought. So I guess we'll see how this goes. Oh, that is perfect. Jesus Christ.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Hey, Narukami, where the fuck is Tanaka at? I don't know. He should be there. If he's not, I don't know what to tell you, my man. Maybe look it up. I don't know. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Interesting, possibly hinting at the fact that Pearls did commit the murder, at least while she was controlling her, and so, it might be better if we don't find it out, or I don't know, something like that. Dude just vanished to talk to every fucking NPC, wiki is also false? I don't know, maybe you just have like a weird version of the game, I don't know.
In any case, let's hear your testimony.
Oh, no, what have I done? Get back over there.
Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Alright, well, let's see. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Right, that much we know. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Right, because she is the heir to the Kurain technique. But the thing is, how did you know Maya would end up going to the temple? Like, I thought that was just pure coincidence. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyways. I see, so the original plan was to kill Maya. However, Elise, I guess, got in the way. And so she was killed trying to protect Maya, which I think makes a lot of sense considering Maya is her daughter after all. Yeah, okay, that actually explains a lot of stuff, such as Elise going to the inner temple, why they actually got into a fight. Yeah, okay. Kind of a bitch move to, try to get your daughter into power, so, get your other daughter to be blamed for murder, but, Morgan has always been a bitch, so I guess I can't, rule it out. So it is interesting. I just don't know. There's too many loose ends, I guess, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Oh, I didn't, wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trite.
What now? Oh, gotta take a swig with Gato. Cheers, mate.
If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gato is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
Kill Maya? Could it be true? The plan. Alright. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. You got what you deserved. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Well, that's convenient. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well.
Interesting.
Even though I'm her own daughter. Well, yeah, Morgan is a fucking bitch-ass hoe, so I'm not really surprised. All to make Pearl Fay the master of grind? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. This case is really good? So far, yeah, although I do still have some answers that I think need to be resolved, but we'll see, we'll see. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to instill her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Interesting.
Abandoned?
The only person I have ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Right, she means the one she abandoned. She means the one that she orphaned, not the one that she murdered, because there were two of them. Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Honestly, you know, Morgan Fay's a bitch, don't get me wrong, but you're way worse. You are way worse. Like in every possible metric. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Right, obviously. Because she's the next heir. Maya would have to die? But why? Come on, Phoenix, you're smarter than this. We've literally already gone over this in the previous game. For our bloodlines to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? Morgan Fay kinda based? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. Right. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. Right, we've already gone through this before. I don't know why this is surprising to you, Phoenix. How could anyone do that? Because the branch families are always fucked, you know? There's one thing that Naruto has taught me, is that branch families and main families will always fuck up. By the way, I guess Social Link good? I actually never played FES. I only played the base version of the game when I first played it. So I haven't actually checked out the, I haven't actually checked out the, Social Link myself, so, I'm not sure. I've heard from other people that it's really good, but I can't speak to it myself. I know FES is really good. I think the thing is, I already played it on the first, on the base form, because I could get that on my, because I managed to find the ROM for that on my emulator. And then after that, I did play the answer for FES, but I never actually played the base game in FES, you know? Master wanted to instill her own daughter as master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Right. You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And that witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyways. Yeah, they didn't add that much, to be honest. It's like a Capcom Special Edition. Well, they added, the, Social Link. That was, that much. They also added some more personas and stuff. They added the, Elizabeth quote-unquote social link. It's not really a social link, but, you know, hanging out with Elizabeth, that much they added. Which is actually one of the, which is fantastic. And they also added the answer. The answer is the main thing that they added. I think it's legitimately worth it to play FES for the answer. Because it really ties up the story at the end, you know?
Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Backstabber? Hold on, I need to read that again. So I was kind of distracted there.
You were going to kill Maya.
Right.
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do, then I would simply use her body. In any case. Absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. Had none. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Let's see. Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Now that is interesting. What does that mean? Very intriguing. I wonder. Backstabber. I wonder. Plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyways. Why the fuck when I study MC gets fatigue? Because you're studying late into the night, so of course you're gonna get fatigue. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. So who's channeling you right now then? Because someone has to be doing it. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? You piece of shit! Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. I think he understood that much already. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. That's just hurtful. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? When are you supposed to study? Gotta do social links in the daytime? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I mean, the quiz game lets you get up your academics, but yeah, you are supposed to study. It's just sometimes it'll make you tired. You know, it's just something that you gotta deal with. I mean, just don't go to Tartarus when you're tired and it's fine. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So tell me why. Come on, we're all friends here. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. Right, that's what you've said. Yet I fail to see how this is in any way your own self-interest. I mean, it doesn't inconvenience you since you're dead. I guess you have nothing better to do. But what do you gain out of it, you know? Unless literally by self-interest she just means having some fun. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? I swear to God, if she just enjoys killing people, I swear to God, I'm telling you, she's a fucking serial killer. Does it really need some work, rough as fuck? I mean, the whole point is that it's supposed to be really tough to fill out every social link, but it is possible if you know how to maximize your time. It is entirely possible to fill out every Persona 3 social link in a single run, and therefore unlock Orpheus Telos, which is supposedly the strongest Persona in the game, but actually it's Lucifer. Like, by a long shot, Lucifer is so much stronger. Or I suppose it's Hellel in FES, not Lucifer. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? That you're crazy fucking murderer who gets joy out of causing other people pain? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born, from the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. It really is. I don't know why Phoenix is struggling with this. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so that she could accomplish her own goal? All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think to get revenge. Right, get revenge on me. Or, no, not on me, on Mia. Revenge. Right, revenge on Mia. Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Dahlia IMO really complex? Not really! She just wants to watch the world burn. The whole plan began with my death. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay. So we're supposed to present some piece of evidence. So why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. Actually not quite sure. Autopsy, tracks photo, crime photo, sketch. Just keep bridge photo. Why would I want to kill Maya Fey? I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. Okay. I have to do something with that last line. Helping Morgan Fay, no. Just using Morgan. What I'd do is kill Maya Fey. That's the only way I could think of to get revenge. I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Okay. I think it might be a profile in this case, if I had to guess. No! Fuck, I overclicked. I always do this. Okay. So, profiles. Actually, let's save before we do this. It could be Mia. But Dahlia. Faye's daughter and I were executed last month. I'm guessing we present Mia? There we go, yeah, okay. Because we've had her in our fucking evidence list so long and we've never used her. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone!
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. No, you were sentenced to die because of your own fucking actions. Mia and Edgeworth simply executed the law. And Winston Payne, I guess. Can we bring Edgeworth back in here? This was also his first case. He deserves to be in here. That's why I put him on the thumbnail, you know? Epic, like, double objection. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Sure, you know all about that.
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. There's a lot of, parallels, I guess, between Dahlia and Gato, but in very different ways. Dahlia wants to take revenge at Mia, who is dead, and therefore targets Maya. On the other hand, Gato wants to take revenge for Mia's death, and as such, targets Phoenix, because he kind of blames him for the death. It's interesting to me that Gato obviously knows who Dahlia is. So I guess he's literally just lost. Because I thought maybe when he realized who Dahlia was, you know, going back to his first case with Mia and, you know, the woman who literally poisoned him? Question mark? You know, I would think that once he realizes who he's dealing with, he may have come to his senses and maybe decided to try to help us out like Edgeworth has done, you know? But no, I guess he's literally lost all reasonableness and is just fueled entirely by his hatred of Phoenix for some vague reason or another, you know? God, what an idiot.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. Like, what happened to the fiery defense attorney that was like, you can't cry until the case is over? Or, you know, whatever the line was. What happened to him? I want to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that. For that, you would kill Maya. My dude, she murdered her own stepsister, drove her own boyfriend to suicide after almost put her own boyfriend on death row, then drove him to suicide, then murdered Diego, then murdered fucking her ex-boyfriend, and then tried to get you convicted for the crime. And she tried to murder you. Why is it a surprise that she would want to kill people? This is like the thing that she does. Like, if Dahlia is ever involved in a situation, you just assume she's trying to kill someone or has killed someone. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's like I mean, in this world with spirit channeling, there's definitely like some kind of exorcism, right? You know, there's gotta be some way that we can torture spirits, you know? Right? Right? It's gotta exist. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Right. Then I picked up the staff that was... Oh, fuck. So it was Elise Doxnam who channeled her after all. Oh! Wait, what? Hold on, rewind that, because I missed something there. I skipped the line, and it seemed like it was a pretty important line. Hold on, let's Kira Queen Daistan no Bakugan Baitsa Dasto. Oh god. Why? Why am I getting interference on my headphones? Jesus Christ. Is it gone? Oh, it's really bad. Oh dear Lord. Why do my headphones have to be treated like this? Okay, it looks like it's good now, but goddamn, that is horrible. It happens from time to time. My headphones will just get like some massive interference. It will just start, you know? Right, yeah. Oh, so Gato, you blame me for not being able to protect Maya? Yet you probably should have, you know, tried maybe protecting her as well, considering you, like, love Mia so much or whatever, you know? Up with that woman's plans. Alright, so let's go to the part where she tells us about the story. Right, okay. At about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazukura Temple. Okay. So, Elise channeled her. Oh, right, that makes sense. I just remembered. I'd completely forgotten that during the investigation, because, you know, we did the investigation like 2 weeks ago, so I think it's probably natural that I just forgot. But Pearls never actually managed to channel Dahlia. She tried, right? And for some reason, I remembered the fact that she was told to channel Dahlia, but I'd completely forgotten the fact that she failed. So I thought, oh yeah, Pearl channeled Dahlia and then committed the murder. But no. Instead, Dahlia was channeled by Elise? Okay, so now I remember the fact that Pearls wasn't able to channel that. I'd completely forgotten about that. Good that I remember now. Okay, so that explains that much, right? Because if Pearl wasn't able to channel Dahlia, then yeah, someone else must have been channeling her. That explains that much. However, the question is why? Why would Elise, of all people, channel Dahlia? Did she maybe suspect Morgan's plan, so she decided to channel Dahlia in order to prevent Pearl from channeling her? It's a possibility, right? But this also throws pretty much everything in disarray. So this actually does explain why Elise would attack Maya, because, well, if Elise's body was being controlled by Dahlia, then yeah, it makes sense that she would attack and try to kill Maya, since that is the, since that's what Dahlia sort of, you know, wanted to do. So perhaps her testimony before wasn't bullshit, and in fact, she was actually, perhaps Dahlia wasn't actually lying with regards to her testimony, you know? Huh. Loss of blood from a stab in the back. So, during her testimony, right, Dahlia claimed that Elise attacked Maya, then Maya managed to wrestle away her sword and stabbed Elise in the gut, right? This is very important because it's entirely possible that she's not misremembering anything, and then in fact she's remembered everything perfectly. She, as Elise, did in fact attack Maya, and Maya fought back, possibly with lethal intent. Then, perhaps, Maya... Oh my god, it makes sense! It makes sense why she would use a dagger instead of her sword cane. Because yes, if Elise had attacked Maya, she would have used the sword cane. But Dahlia didn't know that the cane could be used as a sword, which is why she brought a dagger alongside with her, because she didn't know about the cane sword, which is why when she attacked Maya, she used the dagger. That led to the previous contradiction of her because she remembers that she attacked Maya with the dagger, so she testified that she witnessed Elise attacking Maya with the dagger. So what she testified she saw was actually what she was doing in Elise's body, which explains the dagger. Then she was perhaps wounded by Maya, and then she realized that perhaps Maya had actually killed Elise, in which case, in one desperate last-ditch attempt to get her revenge, she decided, I might not be able to kill Maya, but I can frame her for murder. or not even framed her. So if Maya stabbed Elise in the gut, right? Let's assume this is very much like Recipe for Turnabout, where Victor Kudo was believed to have been wrong about her, was believed to have misremembered a bunch of stuff, when in reality, everything he remembered was actually true. That is what we have to assume here if we want to get to the bottom of this case. We have to assume that everything that Dahlia remembers actually happened. Therefore, Elise attacking Maya happened. Why? Because Dahlia was controlling her. Elise pulling out a dagger instead of her cane actually happened because Dahlia was controlling her. Everything that doesn't make sense suddenly makes sense if you go off of the assumption that Dahlia was actually controlling Elise. And then we also know, if we assume that everything and then the fact that all of the contradictions disappear because of this means that her testimony might actually be reliable. So if we assume that what she said was correct, then Maya did indeed stab her in the gut with the dagger. And as a result, she decided to, in a last-ditch attempt, write Maya's name with blood on the lantern so that if Maya did indeed kill Elise, then she would be convicted for Elise's murder and would, you know, go to prison. If at that point Elise died and Maya's consciousness was released back into the spirit realm, then it would make sense why Elise's body never, why Dahlia doesn't remember using the bridge to swing Elise's body over the crevice, because she never did. Someone else, after Dahlia's spirit left Elise's body and Dahlia believed Elise had been murdered, someone used the rope and the burning bridge to yeet the body across the ravine. Now, that means, at first glance, it would seem that Maya Fey is the one who not only killed Elise, but then tried to dispose of her body by swinging it over the ravine, right? However, there's one more piece that doesn't fit. Dahlia remembers, while she was Elise, she remembers getting stabbed in the gut. However, Elise never died from a stab in the gut. She was stabbed in the back. Now, it's entirely possible that she was actually stabbed in the back, and in fact, the Shichishito impaling her later on may have made the stab in the front, if it was sufficiently small, essentially non-existent, right? Unnoticeable, which is why it never came out in the autopsy report, because the forensics were never able to detect it, because all traces of the cut were essentially ravaged away by the destructive power of the Shichishito. Meaning that when Elise was stabbed in the gut, it also explains why this dagger has so little blood on it. Barely an inch. It was just a tiny stab. The smallest fucking stab. Of course she never bled out from it, and it was relatively small, so it was really easy for it to then get wiped away, and why it never showed up in the autopsy report. So she was stabbed in the gut with the dagger, but it was a very shallow cut. That explains why she didn't bleed out at the time, why there's so little blood on the dagger. Yet for some reason, she ended up believing that she was about to die, so she writes Maya's name in blood, and then, Elise, I guess, passes out or something like that. At which point, Elise isn't dead yet. This cut is not big enough for her to bleed out from. Yet then, someone takes a different weapon, possibly Elise's staff, possibly something else, but not, maybe even the dagger, but then where's the blood? I don't know. A different weapon is then used to stab Elise in the back, leading her to bleed out, and then her body is disposed of. What's interesting about that is the dagger is, where's the other murder weapon? Because I don't think it was the dagger, because the dagger doesn't have enough blood on it for it to have actually been the killing strike. And who was it? Did Maya decide to finish the job even after her opponent had been essentially rendered unable to fight? And essentially unconscious? Why would she just stab someone in the back in cold blood? Or was there someone else there who, after Maya, you know, maybe Maya stabbed Elise in the back, and then in that opening, she just ran away, right? Thinking that, you know, she may have, you know, maybe she didn't think she had incapacitated the person enough, or she was scared to accidentally kill her, so she decided to instead run away and hide in the inner temple. At which point someone else arrives and actually conducts the actual murder by stabbing Elise in the back. Then, when Iris impales the body with the Shichishito, it erases all trace that a dagger was in the front was ever used in the first place. I think this reconciles the testimony we heard earlier as completely correct. Okay, it's all coming together. There's a couple of questions. One, why did Elise channel Dahlia? Two, who landed the killing blow? So I joked earlier about Gato possibly being the murderer, since we found him on the, at the temple and whatnot, but I mean, he's the only person I can think of, you know? Like, okay. Right place, right time, right? We found him at the temple. He never made it to the case, right? If he was actually trapped on that, at the inner temple, it explains his disappearance. But honestly, I think that disappearance is mostly just attributed to the fact that he wasn't interested in the case if Phoenix wasn't going to be the defense attorney, right? Since he seems to, like, his only driving motivation seems to be hating Phoenix. Now, it also gives him an actual motive for killing Elise. After all, he's still Diego. Maybe he does actually still care about Maya's well-being because, you know, of Mia. So maybe he was there for some reason or another. I don't know why he would be. But if he witnessed this woman, whom he doesn't know, attacking Maya and, you know, then finding her unconscious, I wouldn't really put it past him to decide to eliminate her and then dispose of the body in order to, you know, protect Maya, I guess you could say, which would explain the third person, but I don't know. I don't think he would go as far as to just stab someone in the back, you know? I don't think he's degenerated that much. Plus, it just seems like way too big of a coincidence that he would just happen to be there at the time, so I mean, well, he's like the only person that we know of that would have a legitimate motive to stab Elise in the back. I don't think he would do it. So, no, I think that's just a crackpot theory. I don't think that's gonna be it. It's just that right now I can't think of any person who it could be other than Maya is actually a murderer. And I don't know if that's the route this game wants to go down, but I guess we'll have to see. The Gato theory kind of makes sense, but it's full of holes as well, so I think we just need to continue and get more evidence, but I think I'm on the right track. So, it was Elise Doxnam who channeled her after all. That's ridiculous, had none never noticed a thing. Oh my god, her cheeks. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Right. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Perhaps she never got... If there was a third person there who was trying to protect Maya, be it Gato or someone else, and they saw the altercation in the garden, then perhaps they just stabbed Dahlia in the back, or Elise in the back, before she could even attack Maya. Perhaps everything she told us was true up until the point of Maya stabbing her in the front. I wonder. Maybe if she doesn't remember what happened after that, maybe she just assumed, she tried to assume what happened, and that's the theory she came up with. But that's why she got the facts wrong. Perhaps she was never stabbed in the front in the first place? Possibly.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. Right, so she assumed that Maya must have wrestled the knife from her hands and stabbed her in the gut. When in reality, there was a third person there who stabbed her in the back.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Well, no one would. Only a sociopath eats French fries with forks. What the fuck? Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That was where my memory temporarily stops. There has to be a third assailant who stabbed Dahlia in the back, or Elise, because in an effort to protect Maya. The question is, who could that person be? I mean, I know I joked about it, but Gato does make sense. He legitimately makes sense. Right? I mean, think about the other people. No, okay, so for a second there I thought, what if Pearls did it? But no, I don't think Pearls would then be able to just hide what she did, you know? Because she seemed like she didn't really know what happened. So if she really did murder Elise, I don't think she would, you know... Especially after the spirit left her and she morphed back into Elise and she realized what she'd done, I don't think she would then go ahead and, like, toss the body over the river with the rope and whatnot. You know, I don't think Pearls is a likely candidate. So, Gato is, like, the only person that we've met so far that I think makes sense, but why would he be there in the first place? That's the only thing that doesn't make sense. If we had a reason why Gato would want to go to the Inner Temple, then I think Gato is a surefire bet, but because him actually trying to save Maya Fey's life actually seems completely in character for him, considering everything we know about him, right? Because everything that he's done seems to be driven by him essentially trying to avenge the death of Mia, from hating me to protecting Maya. So I wonder, but what happened after that? That's so weird. What happened? Yeah, that's the thing. What happened after that? How did Maya end up locked in the secret cavern? Who set up the locks? No, because I doubt Gato would know how to do that, and Elise was dead, and Dahlia was no longer there, so... Yeah, well, Gato makes the most sense. It still leaves out way too many unanswered questions.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the secret cavern surrounded by darkness.
Right. We're in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed by one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. Well, you'll never know because you're in her body right now.
Huh. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
Well, you wouldn't know. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So, then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the secret cavern?
Yes, I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came to the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself at the back of the secret cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gotten to that training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll with gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The files that had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. This is a classic locked room murder, or in this case, it's not a lock, it's a burning bridge. The murderer, whoever that may be, was trapped on the island until police arrived. And there are many cases of how a locked room murder can actually play out. One such case is that the murderer was actually hiding in the locked room, and then simply when the locked room is unlocked and people rush in, he simply slips into the crowd during the commotion. It's entirely possible that if Gato was hiding out there, then, I mean, if he would just show up, none of the police would question it. They would just assume he simply showed up. I mean, he seems like a pretty mysterious guy who doesn't really play by the rules, so I don't think they would bat an eye at that. But again, the question that remains is why was he at the inner temple in the first place, you know? So that's really the... Like, again, if we can find a reason why Gato was there, I think Gato is, like, the only person who can be the killer. Like, he has a motive, and he lacks an alibi. In fact, he has us finding him, you know, him skipping out on the trial, and him suddenly showing up at the island points to the fact that he was actually maybe locked there, but with no clear motive for why he would go there in the first place. I think we just have to rule all this to coincidence more than anything. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped, but just then Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the secret cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the secret cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Right. Which is when they switched places. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I'd misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay, but it wasn't.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Yeah, come on, Judge, get with the program. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden.
It was her body that was left lying there.
Right. And Pearl is very much alive.
Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is...
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Go on, Phoenix. This is not how it went down at all.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than...
If Gato wanted to protect Maya, and that's why he killed Elise, who he believed was attacking Maya, and then after the murder realized that Elise had actually left Maya's name. Oh wait, no! He didn't know about the dying message though. He would have never noticed it because he's unable to see blood. Perhaps he was just... So he tried to essentially erase all evidence that Maya could have committed the crime, which is why he moved the body over to the other side, and why he would have... And then that would have also given him plenty of reason to actually lock Maya in the sacred cavern. If Maya were to then channel Dahlia for some reason, I wonder. But yeah, it makes sense why he would lock, what's her name? Maya in the cavern to essentially give her an alibi, you know? I mean, if she's locked in the cavern, that's a rock-hard alibi. But then... I wonder... It explains a lot. I mean, after all, the only person who could have channeled Dahlia was Maya. Meaning that Maya is certainly alive and standing right before us. But the question is, who locked Maya in the sacred cavern? And the only person it could have been is whoever actually committed the murder. Gato seems to make a lot of sense because he actually has a good motive for locking her in there, to protect her from being found out as the murderer. But of course... the one clue was left that actually pointed to Maya being the killer. That is the writing of the dying message on the lantern. But due to his visor, Gato would have never seen the dying message, right? I suppose the real question is, again, how did Gato know how to use the trick locks? You know?
Your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous.
That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? Well, it's a so-called evidence.
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Right in front of us. This very moment.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Evil River, where...
Oh my god, I didn't know you were this... Dahlia, my dear. You know, serial killers tend to actually be pretty smart, but I suppose... And, I mean, I thought you were actually a pretty smart mastermind, but... Really, at the end of the day, I think you're just an idiot like the rest of them. My dear girl, who do you think is channeling you right now? No, please explain to me. Who is channeling you? Who, in God's name, could be channeling you? Explain that to me. Please do. Who's channeling you? There's only one place Maya Fey can be in at this current moment.
Eagle River?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? But Maya didn't realize Elise's true identity, so even if she realized that she had murdered Elise, that's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh.
Whose phone is this? Is it Gatto's phone? Oh, right, it's his theme.
Oh, sorry, that's my phone.
This is a goddamn good ringtone. What kind of ringtone is that? It is amazing. Shut the fuck up, Phoenix. Yours is garbage.
Gatto here. Okay, thanks.
Oh, was it something important? Someone gave him a single piece of information and then hung up.
They had just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey? No, it was Iris.
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? Right in front of you, Phoenix. How are you this dense?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No!
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
Oh. Accidentally knocked my chat in a weird location. Hold on, there we go.
Sadly, it appears that the killer of Elise Duxnam, also known as Misty Fey,
Sorry, I'm getting some Splenda to increase my processing power, because right now I'm a little bit lightheaded from this case.
was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt, for what she had done.
Here.
Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Huh. Oh, no, that was...
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Right, that's Mia. That's what Mia said.
No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Gatto?
Yeah, okay, so he actually knows.
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River.
Oh.
However, is that really the truth? Remember, This woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
Right, and she can't do that because of the rock outcrop, right? Yeah, it's entirely covered. I mean, I guess you could probably make it over here if you have a pretty good long jump. That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Right, and he knows this. You know, I'd love to give him credit for this, but I really can't. Because more than likely, the reason he actually knows this is because this is exactly the same as, you know, the Dahlia Hawthorne case that he dealt with when he was partnered up with Mia, where the argument that she had fallen off the bridge from the back doesn't work out, you know?
What? Don't get your panties up, all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Yep. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
The map.
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped off from there. I mean, if she wanted to commit suicide, I don't think she really cared about hitting the river, you know? In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Right.
So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. My face body is in the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. There is one more place. All right, I'm getting a bit lightheaded. I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'll be right back. This will take no time at all, okay? Give me a second.
Alright, we're back. Although I will be taking a 5-minute break in a little bit. Not yet. I'll probably wait like 10 minutes and then take it. Because I'm gonna be, I'm very hungry. I'm gonna be baking myself a croissant for, you know, to have as a snack. So I have the oven preheating right now. I just decided to set that up while I got my water. So yeah, we'll probably go a little bit more and then I'll head there and just take like a 5-minute break while I bake that croissant. You know, maybe make myself another cup of tea. That'd be nice. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. No one knows that we now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Not really. See, Gato, this is why I think you're dumb. Like, you have some semblance of intelligence because you were able to figure out the fact that she couldn't throw herself into Eagle River, but those are not even the most likely possibilities. There is one possibility that is actually infinitely more likely than all of them, and that is that she is the one currently channeling Dahlia. Because, you know, Dahlia is fucking... You know, there's no one else who can do it, you know? Like, who is channeled? Dahlia is a spirit, hence, she must be being channeled by someone. But the only person who could be channeling her is Maya. This is basic fucking shit, Gato, you know? Like, come on. Come on, get with the program here, you know? I wonder if she learns that she's in Maya's body, she'll actually try to fully take her revenge by, like, committing suicide. Like, maybe she'll pull out one of her little poison bottles, you know? Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's honestly a bluff. Now, let's go ahead and save. So where is her dead body then? It's not dead. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. In fact, there's more than one life in it right now. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is one way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is this very instant? In her temple, Hazakura Temple, in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What? My face here? You say she's here in my courtroom?
Oh my god. Okay, I guess my expectations of Gato were absolutely way too high. I thought, oh shit, he's actually figured out that, you know, she must be being channeled by Maya. Nope. Nope. He had all the evidence with him. He was like,
well, she couldn't have jumped into the river. She's not an equal calf. She must be somewhere, you know. Eliminate the impossible. All that's left is the possible, you know?
Like, he does this big, like, show about it, but then he's like,
well, I've eliminated the impossible, but I still have absolutely no idea what the possible could even mean, even though there's, like, a single fucking possibility, because I'm a fucking retard.
Like, come on, dude. Like, this was your one chance to prove that you actually had a semblance of intelligence, but no! Jesus Christ, how are you so dumb? Edgeworth is outside this very courtroom, laughing his ass off right now. They're like, oh my god, how the fuck has it taken them this long to realize this? I figured this out ages ago. And then fucking... you know, Von Karma just happens to walk by. It's like, Franziska, get over here, quick! Oh, you need to hear this. So, okay, so Maya Fey is not at the inner temple, and she didn't kill herself, so, and apparently this person right here isn't Iris. She's actually Dahlia Hawthorne being channeled by a spirit medium. And then Franziska's like, well, there's only one possible conclusion then. That spirit medium must be Maya Fey.
Of course. But they haven't figured it out yet. Can you believe these fucking idiots?
Oh my god, I knew Phoenix Wright was that dumb, but Gatto? And he calls himself a prosecutor? Like, what the fuck? I could just, like, those two are just outside, like, with their ears against the door, laughing their ass off of how dumb everyone in this fucking courtroom is. The collective IQ of this courtroom is in the negatives, you know? Like, at least Phoenix figured it out, you know? But, like, Gatto like, he was right there! He was so close! He knew that she wasn't in the river. He knew that she wasn't at the temple. He knew that she was nowhere to be found. There was a single possibility where she could be, and still, he failed! It was a layup! How do you miss the layup? Oh my god.
Dahlia Hawthorne.
I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Yeah, no.
You're wrong.
Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I never found that channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it.
What could that mean?
I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right now. Am I correct?
It wasn't Pearls that channeled you.
There was someone who channeled you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said her goal was to kill my Fae. Yes, that's right! What if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her? Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey.
The path back to Hasakura was closed off. There was nowhere left for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? So she channeled someone in order to change her appearance so that she wouldn't be murdered? You mean, that's why she channeled me? All this time you thought she had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that! Oh my god! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp! Why if they killed herself? Isn't it obvious? Try again. Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe it. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. Mia! Okay. Well, this is an interesting turn of events.
I think we're gonna take the 5-minute break right now. I'm gonna go make my croissant, and then we'll be right back, alright? I'll see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes, alright?
God bless the fucking French, man. God bless the French. Can I unpin my message? Yes, there we go. Google on croissant. Oh my god. Alright, let's continue. Mia Fey. Oh, the showdown at last, and they're both being channeled. It was very interesting because, in a sense, Dahlia represents the frustrations and hatred of the Branch family. Yet she's currently being channeled by a member of the main family, Maya Fey. Meanwhile, Mia represents the main family. Yet she's being channeled by a member of the Branch family, Pearls. I don't know, I think it's pretty cool. Oh, that is tasty. Very good. Very fucking good. Okay.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, yeah. He's not having a good time. He really isn't.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Huh. There's something else.
What are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia.
I wonder, does she recognize Diego? I have to assume she does. But this seems like a rather mild reaction. Actually, has she seen Diego before? When has she been summoned to this game? I wonder. Has she actually seen Diego in the, in court before? Because if she has, I haven't caught it, because obviously, if it was before Turnabout, or whatever the fuck it's called, then I didn't know about their previous relationship. So here, let me pull up the Ace Attorney wiki. Attorney wiki, Mia Fey. Right, hopefully if they have like a biography page, it should also include any times. Here we go. Channeled by Maya, Turnabout Samurai, Turnabout Goodbyes. Channeled by Pearl, Doctor. Right, this is Turnabout Reunion and Turnabout. Maya's kidnapping in Farewell. I Turnabout. Yes, okay. She has been channeled before in Stolen Turnabout and Recipe from the Turnabout. Here, let's see. Disney's Prosecutor Gatto. He wanted to write. He questions ability. Mia's voice reminded him to trust in his client's innocent. Right, it was just Mia's voice though. She wasn't actually channeled. Who's actually channeled Mia? Oh, she does actually get summoned during the Luke at Me case. Huh. Murder of Kane Bullard. The End. Yeah, okay, so it's the end of the Luke at Me cross-examination. Give me a second here. Give me just a second here. Ace Attorney, Stolen Turnabout. Let's see, do we have some... I don't have a save file, so I'll just see if we have some videos with no commentary.
Stars and Stripes
So,
mattress sale is
shut up,
now
stupid
extended.
YouTube
Get 0%
commercials.
interest for 7 years.
Yeah, this looks like it doesn't have any commercials. Let me see if I can find the end of Look At Me's final cross-examination. There we go. Let's take a look. Alright, perfect. I found it. Here, let me put it up on screen so we can go through it together once again. Need to add a source. This is going to be a window capture. Add a source. Then this window capture, which should go right there, going to be Firefox. All right, here we go. Let's go through it together. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the game real quick so that we can remember this. Oh no, not that. Volume mixer, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. There we go. Let's see. Everything looking good? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go through this. So, as long as there's no more testimony, hereby. I think I see it, right? This child is this week. Right, so this is when Mia shows up, right? Lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets, right? So it seems like she doesn't have much of a reaction to seeing him. I wonder if he has a reaction to seeing her. Long time no see, Phoenix. Now let's do it. There's nothing more I can do. Not yet, that's what... Yeah, so she doesn't seem fazed by, Diego's presence. Cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. But these comments appear to have no import. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these... We, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? I wonder if she was about to say Diego. But then she stopped herself and just said a prosecutor. Maybe. It's a possibility. It's certainly a possibility. Oh. Yeah, okay, so he definitely recognizes her. Huh. And yeah, he then allows us to continue because of, Mia's intervention. Okay, very cool. That is quite cool. Okay. Still, it seems like she doesn't have much of a reaction to seeing him, which, you know, kind of disappointing, but I guess that's fine. Alright, well, in any case, let us continue with the game.
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya at the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
So then, did Misty channel you?
I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? What is going on here?
not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
Gato seems unaware of this fact, so I guess maybe it isn't him.
Then who could it be? When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed the help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in.
Oh, right. They can communicate with each other by essentially channeling back and forth and writing on a piece of paper. I forgot about this. This is a very clever use.
She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it!
I really like this sprite for Dahlia with the hairs all disorderly because she's like so shook. It's great.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do.
Lock herself in the cavern and channel Dahlia.
Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put the lock there. Right, okay, that makes more sense.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
Right. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne could have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Is there any way to, seal her spirit somewhere so that she can't be channeled ever again, you know? Preferably if she's conscious, but has no control, right? Like put her in a rock, you know, give her the Angelo treatment, you know? So she just has to sit there, just watching people walk by while she's unable to do anything. And then, you know, we can walk past the door and be like, yo, Dahlia, how's it going? Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner, that weakling of a policewoman.
And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. And in fact, she committed one other crime, the murder, or attempted murder, of Diego Armando, which also failed miserably. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. I didn't know Phoenix Wright was John Oliver. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! You were supposed to kill Maya Fey! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death! True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What did you say? Neither in life nor in death can you beat Mia. She's just too powerful. Whether we're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can't win at anything. It's like fucking, fuck, what's it called? The Dark Knight Returns or no, that's the Nolan one. Well, the animated movie that Batman vs. Superman was inspired by, where an old Batman fights off against Superman, and it's like, and you know, he defeats Superman, and he's like, you know what? I could have killed you, but I didn't because I want you to live and remember the one man who beat you, or something like that, you know? And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? 'Cause you're a piece of shit? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh god, she's turning Super Saiyan! Oh god, she's turning Super Saiyan! Oh look, it's that one image I found of to use in my thumbnail. I don't even really know the context behind it. I'm not ready to go. What the fuck? The Magatama is the powerhouse of the cell. Hi, Maya. Oh, Maya with her hair down. I don't think we've ever seen this. Plop. There we go. Oh, they actually have a sprite of her on the floor now. Amazing.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gatto, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
It still doesn't make sense. There has to be a third assailant, even more so if Maya was knocked out during the attack.
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
A tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone to know if no further attempts was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor,
Yes, what is it?
about this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique.
Oh. Isn't it the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my years on the bench, and in all that time I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
It's not over. I want it, but it's not over yet. There are still questions left unanswered. Questions that must be resolved for the final case in the fucking trilogy.
Objection!
There it goes. Yeah, that smile. That fucking smile.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
Oh, you wanted him to be fast before, didn't you?
What do you mean by that, Mr. Gatto?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. That person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Duxnam. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? Nope, we still have to find out the truth.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial.
That's not how court works!
We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
Well, there very much is? Considering all evidence... Okay, Gatto, you're a fucking idiot. You are a fucking worthless piece of shit idiot. I take back everything good I've said about you. The few things that I have. You are an idiot. So, okay. May I present the map to the court? Now, as one can see, during the events, during the time of the murder, we know that the murder took place at the Inner Temple Garden, according to the testimony of Dahlia Hawthorne. And we know that that murder took place after the bridge had already started burning down, meaning that no passage between the two sides of the ravine was possible while at the time of the murder. We also know that after the murder had taken place, Iris was actually here. On this side of the ravine, she picked up the body, she took it to Hazakura Temple, she impaled with a sword, the whole shebang. So if Iris was here, and the murder was here, and the bridge was on fire when the murder took place, then the only logical conclusion is that Iris did not commit the murder. And I know for a fact that even in this fucked up legal system, I don't have to find who actually did it to prove the innocence, because remember back to the DL6 incident when Yanni Yogi's innocence was proved even though a culprit was never found? Yeah, that's a thing that happened. Meaning that there is precedent in this game series for someone to be found innocent without me having to fucking discern who the true killer is. It is physically impossible by all known metrics for Iris to be the killer, okay? So let it rest!
No way! But this court hasn't prepared any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Maya?
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event who will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her eyes. Her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. The court would like to disagree.
We need to find out the truth.
No, we need to get my client declared innocent, and then you and the police can find the truth by yourselves. That is your job. I have other clients to tend to. Not really, but I'd like to think I do. I'd like to think I'm running an actually successful business instead of having to scrape by and eat burgers every night, you know? Okay.
The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
How many cups of coffee you got going on there?
Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer.
Oh, well that's quite funny, considering I've already beaten you in the case of Rhonda Light as Mask the Mask. The case of Rhonda Light for the trial of Rhonda Light for stealing the wait, what is it that for stealing the sacred urn? The trial of Rhonda Light again for the murder of Kane Bullard. The trial of what trial of Maggie Bird for the murder of Tech Bro. And wait, no, I think that's it, right? Yeah, okay. So, my man, I've already we have been in court together 3 times. I've beaten you every single fucking time. Unequivocally so. Okay? Like, it wasn't even like in some of the other cases, like in the previous games, you could say, yeah, Phoenix like was on the verge of death and then finally managed to recover. No, not once during my entire time fighting you in court did I ever feel worried that I wasn't going to win, okay? So if I'm not much of a lawyer, what does that say about you as a prosecutor, my man?
It's always the same with you. You somehow managed to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case.
Oh, that's hilarious! Oh, that's so fucking hilarious! Coming from the guy who never understands the case. Not once have you presented a decent fucking argument. You didn't even know that Maya was was channeling Dahlia. How the fuck can you say I only have a faint understanding of the case when you didn't even know when you couldn't even get to the easiest deduction I've ever had to make in this entire game franchise? And the other cases were not hard either. Reservoir Turnabout, easy shit. Stolen Turnabout, easy shit. You lost twice. You lost twice in the same. You are an absolute idiot, driven only by rage. You might even actually be a smart guy, but you're so blinded by your hatred for Phoenix that you are physically unable to logically see through cases, and you just spoke the most annoying bullshit you can manage, and the judge just goes along with you because you're a charismatic guy. You are the definition of 0 intelligence, 10 fucking charisma. Holy shit! It is the most infuriating thing for you of all people to say this. Oh my god! I feel like I'm speaking as Edgeworth. I just want Edgeworth to just burst into the courtroom like, okay, I've had enough. I was having some fun listening to this, but this is just embarrassing. How can you call yourself a prosecutor? You know? Where's Edgeworth?
Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
Well, yes, in some cases, but not really. The thing is, I could understand that assertion coming from Edgeworth, coming from Franziska von Karma, but no. Because in those cases, yeah, sure, there were some tough spots that Mia saved us. But you, the man who couldn't put a single fucking case together. The only reason you've ever made it anywhere in court is because the judge is always saving your ass. Because I think he has a crush on you, okay? That is the only logical explanation for why you haven't been held in contempt of court for your bullshit multiple times. You've got some nerve.
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough! This court is now in recess!
This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. He has the intelligence of Winston Payne, but the confidence of Manfred von Karma. And it infuriates me to no end. February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. I don't think I've ever hated a character so fucking much. I think he's a good character, but I despise him. I don't despise him as a character, I just despise him. Holy shit. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Right, because you are still an accomplice. Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. You shouldn't, though. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. She's also a serial killer, so there's that. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Joe fucking Dark is a better person than Dahlia Hawthorne. Because at the very least, every single one of Joe Dark's killings was a pure crime of passion. If I remember correctly, he accidentally ran someone over, then murdered a witness, then murdered another witness. Then while he was hiding the bodies, another witness stumbled upon the scene, so he killed them too, and then another one. All of Joe Dark's killings were either an accident on the first case or a pure crime of passion with no premeditation on the other ones. No. Dahlia Hawthorne premeditated the murder of her own boyfriend, her stepsister, a defense attorney who was trying to dig into her past, and 2 of her boyfriends. Like, that woman deserves nothing but pain. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I'm sorry to break this to you, Iris, but more likely than not, if Dahlia had come to Hazakura Temple with you, she probably would have killed you and Sister Bikini. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. She was a bitch from the moment you were left at the temple. She had already grown up to be a mega bitch, and she had mega bitch blood in her veins directly from Morgan. That's why I promised her that I would help her. You talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. So you helped her get an innocent man convicted to death row? This does not make you a good person. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But how is it? Wait, what? She ran away? What does this have to do with anything? If she had been there, it would have changed nothing, though, would it? Like, it should have legitimately changed nothing. Whatever role she had to play, Dahlia always intended to betray Falls, and and then when her stepsister got remorse, she always intended to kill her. So I failed to see how your actions in any way contributed to the death of these 2 humans. No, their blood is entirely on Dahlia's hands. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learn the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hit the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Doxnam, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. So you felt bad because your sister, had no love growing up and therefore became a murderer. Therefore became a murderer. So your way to atone for this was to help her commit a murder? This is... Everyone is an idiot. Everyone is a fucking idiot, dude. Oh my god. At around 10, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I'm guessing that's Bikini. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But... the path to the inner temple is cut off, right? Exactly. Oh no, this is Dahlia. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
right? Still makes no sense how the body was detached from the rope over there, but whatever.
It's me. I was the one that received the body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
So the staff was the murder weapon. Interesting. Right, because Dahlia dropped the staff when she pulled out her dagger, meaning that someone snuck up behind her, removed the sword from the cane, and then impaled her with it, meaning that whoever the murderer was must have known that the cane was actually a weapon. Or staff. I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. It brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped all the blood of the staff's blade and left it next to her in the ground.
Right. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. That is interesting, right? Yeah, if she was called, then... Someone was clearly hiding their voice. But the thing is, I guess she just assumed that it was Dahlia who was calling her, but, you know, she, for some reason, you know, so she was like, well, gotta help Dahlia. Oh, here I go, committing murder again. Oh, so, you know, helping with murder again. Defendant!
Yes?
Judge is calling you out. He wants you to see you at his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well, then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. So she wants to tell me. Also, by the way, you deserve to be in jail for what you've done. I have no pity for you. Absolutely none. Yeah, no. You deserve to be tried for your, crimes here. This better not be some feel-good ending of like, well, she didn't mean it. She isn't really responsible. No. You deserve to go to jail for what you've done. You know? Certainly not murder, but, you know, accessory to it, most definitely. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Hi there. Mia. How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Doxnum really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked to her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. Right. Which is interesting because who could have known? You know? I mean, Morgan Fay, but she's in solitary confinement, so there's no reason she would go there. She also likely would just follow through with it and kill Maya. I highly doubt Morgan Fay would ever tell anyone. Then Iris wasn't in on the plan. She just, you know, she wasn't in on the plan. She simply what would you call it? She was just simply used as an accomplice, but she had no context of what was going on. Pearls didn't do it, we know that much. I mean, unless it was. It just doesn't seem likely. Everyone else has an alibi. Like, someone, I can't think of anyone other than Gato, but how would he know about her plan unless he deduced it based on her, like, his knowledge of her previous actions? Like, maybe he didn't know her plan step by step, but he knew that she was gonna try to kill Maya? That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I don't know of anyone that would explicitly know the plan, so it must have been someone who figured it out themselves rather than learn it directly. And the only person I think who had the necessary insight for that would be Diego. Not to mention, he's one of the people who actually has a very good motive for stopping the plan, for protecting Maya, right? And the other people who know of the plan, like Morgan, have absolutely nothing but contempt for Maya, so I don't know.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge.
Right. Meaning that whoever the criminal was left there and then had to merge into the crowd whenever it happened. Someone other than a policeman couldn't really do that because, well, they would, they would instantly stand out. But Gato, being a prosecutor, he could just show up and, just walk up to a group of policemen and be like, hey, how's it going? Just got here. Traffic was hell. And I was busy making my 15th cup of coffee. So, how's the investigation going? Right? And then we're like, oh, hi, sir. How's it going? Let me show you to the inner temple, sir. And then that's that. The only person who could legitimately blend in that well would be a member of law enforcement or the prosecutor's office. Which means that pretty much all the evidence points to Diego, I'd say. I mean, not really. None of the evidence actually points to him. It's just that it points to literally no one else. It just vaguely happens to aim in his direction, but no one else's, So, he's the only person I can legitimately think of.
That means they were struck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't at Hazakura Temple the following day. But everyone else had an alibi.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyways? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. And of course, there's also another critical piece of information that points to Diego. The fact that only he would be dumb enough to kill Misty Faye, despite the fact that, she was very clearly being possessed by, Dahlia Hawthorne. So really, he should not have killed her. Like, it was really dumb of him to kill her. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court number 7. Alright, we didn't save, so I'm gonna quickly go save while we're here. See, what time is it? 4:30? Okay, this has gone by pretty fast, so yeah, we should be able to finish this game right now. I mean, it looks like we're heading towards the conclusion, which is good. But we do have one more chapter, and it looks like, once again, we're probably gonna be taking down a prosecutor. Did it with Von Karma, now we gotta do it with Gato? How does he know about the plan, and is he actually dumb enough to kill Misty? Instead of just knocking her out? I don't know. I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that my Faye used when she fought with the victim. So, what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say for certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood.
Which means it has to be someone else.
That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial.
But the thing is, Maya isn't physically hurt, at least not that we're aware of. Which means that that dagger was actually stabbed someone else? The question is who? Like, if the theory is that Gato showed up from behind, just teleported behind Dahlia and was like, nothing personal, kid, and impaled her with a fucking spear, how did he get cut, you know? So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Hi, Maya.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurai channeling technique.
That's more of a hobby. I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. Pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Doxnam's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
Yep, that's his famous line. You can cry once the trial is only when it's over. But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony.
Actually, no. A spirit medium is actually unaware of what happens while she's channeling, because she actually has no recollection of the events of literally any of the trial proceedings that have taken place. She has absolutely no recollection of them.
On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the Inner Temple. I was pressing through the garden on the way to spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Right, so she got stabbed, you got hit with the blood splatter, and it caused you to pass out. Okay.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Great, so the testimony is useless. Can we get that innocent verdict already? Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
All right. Maya, hang in there. Doesn't look well at all. At the inner temple. Okay. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room where it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head, stumbled and ended up against someone. I think she can help me. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell that she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Okay, but what could it be? Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Someone struck me over the head. Okay. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Press her harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, Oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker is most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Doxton, Dahlia Hawthorne. That's right, there's also the instance of why did Elise channel Dahlia in the first place? That's also something that's, evading me right now.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Oh wait, no. Alright. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking out my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only 2 things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the 2 things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Oh god, I'm getting lightheaded again. I think I need to take a little bit of a break here. Just 5 minutes. I need to catch my breath, because this seems like, the cross-examination has just begun, so this case is likely going to be dragging on for some time more. So I think this is a good spot to take a bit of a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll push through it and we'll finish the game. All right, so yeah, and my headphones are getting interference, so might as well wait for that to pass. So yeah, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be back
once that happens. All right. Okay. Hi, how's it going? I'm back, and I've got some salt with me. It might seem crazy,
Did I lock the door? I did not lock the door. Damn it. That might seem crazy, but I love salt. It is, and one of the things that I can do to keep me awake and give me some more energy is just eat straight salt. Oh. That sharp taste, that's fantastic. Hopefully it'll give me that kick I need. Alright, let's push forward. Finish this case. I screamed, help me. Okay. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? No idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. That's why I always wear brown underwear.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyways, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What did I do? Do I press her for more detail? I'll do that in a bit. I want to press the rest. Maya is really emotionally and physically exhausted. Now I shouldn't go overboard. For the time being, I'll just play it by ear.
All right then, witness. Go on with your testimony.
Oh, okay. Something warm splashed over me. The blood. You don't mean, was it... I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. You saying that that's when Miss Doxnum, who's channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At the moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness. So what happened next? What is causing interference with my headphones? Like seriously. This is annoying.
How are you saved? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
Alright, so we gotta press her on the other thing, and we'll see. Think you scream, but you're not sure. Last hope. What did she scream? Yeah, what did you scream specifically? So, you're certain that you screamed, help me? I think so. When I think about it, yeah, that's gotta be what I screamed.
Huh. Is that all? Is it all that strange, right? For her to have screamed, help me?
No, but something about that bugs me. Why would you face someone that's trying to kill you and go through the trouble of screaming for help? I mean, you might as well, right? It's a pretty human instinct to scream for help, you know?
All right then, witness. Go on with your testimony.
Alright, well, let's ask about the other one, which seems much more, you know, important considering the whole last hope thing, you know? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. What's what you said? You said my last hope. Quote unquote. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. You testified that you fucked. Something about your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. There we go. Okay, now we're making some progress. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I screamed to for help. All right, we're finally making progress. Oh, what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Is she trying to protect someone? Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. Oh, what have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up to try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Okay, this is another crucial piece of information. The killer is a man, not pearls. So yeah, more than likely, again, Gato seems like the best choice. You know? Like, I can't think of anyone else it could possibly be. Attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man. And, who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I couldn't see the person that was further away, but not my... So I could see the person who was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. But the lantern was off. So, there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Doxner, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Killer? Maya? You know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, he's the Senate? Ah, Phoenix, that's a step up from a defense lawyer. I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. And meaning that the only way she could see someone... So, clearly it was too dark for her to see her attacker. So how did she see her savior? Well, it makes sense. I mean, Gato's mask would probably glow in the dark, right? I would think so. No. Haven't we had an actually? Have we had a power outage in this game before? I think I vaguely remember a power outage, you know? I'm not sure.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Gatto, explain this! And the pureness of milk. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon! I'm no spoony bard! I'll have you know. What? You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick! May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, they could have that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Why are you protecting him? He's a bitch!
Order, order, order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Objection. Try, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Gatto. Maya, you did see who your killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother!
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick, I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
Your stupid visor, dude. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find out the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that saw you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
There's only one person it could be. Only one person who would glow in the dark. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible. Yes?
But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
This is... But it can't be!
Yep.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Try it.
I like how his hair with the red of the visor makes him look a lot more like Armando. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gatto, what is the meaning of this?
Just making sure the stream is working well. Looks like it is.
Surely, you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? You got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Yeah, your other rules are stupid too. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Oh, she was just on the verge of saying yes.
Maya!
And the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Objection! Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
So, Gato, who's the one that's getting their ass saved by a small girl this time, you know? Who is it? No, please, tell me. Who is it?
Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Who are you protecting? When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Sexist! Von Karma just burst into the room, you know, because her and Etris had been listening from outside the whole time, you know, gossiping to each other about what's going on. Also, oh, I still have the 5-minute break message pinned. I should probably get rid of that. Hold on, give me a second. Unpin. There we go. Like, it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. Like, the idea of Von Karma and Etris just sitting there listening to the court proceedings like, oh god, oh totally did it. Oh, the gossip around the prosecutor's office is gonna be marvelous. Oh yes. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I love gossip. And I can just imagine Von Karma just bursts into the room. Excuse me, young lady, I'll have you know I could have done all those things in less than a minute.
It's like, Miss Von Karma, are you saying you're the killer?
What? No, nonsense. Of course it's Gato. Anyone with half a brain can see that.
So, it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gatto said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination.
Alright. Two is just lying there on the training hall floor. So, you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
You mean, like the killer? Like the hitman? Or the killer? Well, that's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya to the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Okay. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay, so we need to press some more and then press on that one again. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Torches were lit? That's interesting. Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the man who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true, but it's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Well, the killer was also at the inner temple, but, you know, they knew how they could slip away undetected, but they didn't want Maya to get blamed for their murder, for the murder they committed.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Oh, the stone lantern has been carefully cleaned up too. That one is very interesting. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? Did look really odd. So yeah, clearly the killer wanted it to seem like the lantern was on, right? Because after all, if Maya, you know, I mean, the reason why we've been able to figure out that it was, Gato is because she could have seen him even if the lantern was off. If the lantern was on, then that completely invalidates that line of reasoning. So it's possible that they knew that this would likely come up, so they made it seem like the lantern was on at the time of the crime in order to, you know, dissuade those fears. Also, Maya Fey testified to that effect, meaning that if they're working together and Gato actually told her what to say, then it makes sense that she'd have her go along with his story, even if, you know, in reality, we know that the lamp was turned off. So, I wonder. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangle shape around the lantern. I mean, if the lantern was on, that rectangle would be natural. Although, actually, maybe the reason why the snow was removed was to get rid of any blood, or because Gato can't see the color red. He first of all missed the dying message on the lantern, and he also didn't know where the blood was. So he simply removed all the snow around the crime scene to ensure that no blood-covered snow would remain. From his perspective, he thought that no blood was left here, so no one would ever think this was the murder spot. But because he can't see the color red, he wasn't able to, you know, wipe out the dying message on the lantern, which revealed the truth of the situation. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. Oh boy. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
There's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed. I collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount.
Yeah, but Gato can't see the blood. That's true. He could have scooped up the snow that was just the snow that was stained with blood. But he couldn't have. That's the thing.
It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. The person did all the work alone and just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never actually saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When it came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. As the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble moving the body by pendulum. Oh, we already did that. Okay. Well, in that case... So you lost consciousness. Was it carried you to the inner temple? It could only have been the killer. But I think so too. Alright. So the killer must have done it, right? Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. Here we go. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Yeah, and that makes sense for Gato. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Crane killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Because, for the sake of Mia. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Okay. For my sake, the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. So the person did all that, I assume there was a man. So are we meant to present something here? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. If it was for your sake, then why did they leave behind the bloody message? Well, there is a reason, because you can't see the color red. The body of Elise Doxnam was carried all the way to the Hasakura Temple courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that was the suspect covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. It's the message written in the blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
You're right!
Right.
Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer is trying to cover up the crime scene?
I don't think I've saved in a while, so I might as well do. Although I think we've been having a perfect trial so far today. It's very good. Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body, remove the bloody snow. Then
not wipe out the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Right.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in the blood on the lantern?
Killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it. Under some of these options are gonna be really dumb, so I want to see them. There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini in a bikini. It's because the killer is the one who wrote it. Huh?
Too bad, Mr. Wright. Don't you remember the testimony of the rather pathetic, vile woman?
Think I was stabbed. Yeah, okay. Alright, we can reload that. I wonder what it's gonna say to the other one.
Objection!
This is a great case. It's not as good as the other ending cases, but it's still really good. So, right, let's hear your opinion. Killer, leave the message written in blood on the lantern. Pin the crime on Maya. There's only one reason. One as obvious as Jean Armstrong in a thong on the Riviera. What are these fucking analogies, dude? Killer was trying to pin the crime on Maya. Huh? Nick, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but if the killer meant to put the blame on me, then why didn't the killer leave the crime scene as it was? Oh.
Once again, you're pointing your finger where it doesn't belong.
Okay. No, I mean, the start thing with, like, Armstrong in a bikini was, that was funny, but, like, the actual answer itself wasn't as funny as I thought it might be. Alright, let's give the correct one here. Killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Gatto, early in this trial, you gave me some advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I'm pretty sure that's, Mia's, one line that Mia gave us, right?
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, then they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Well, because they aren't a normal person.
You're right.
There's no way a normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing that bloody writing altogether.
And who could that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Profiles?
Good look.
Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Gatto?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back at the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Whoa, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? And in fact, I'm pretty sure this came up before, during the trial of Luke at me, maybe? Or it might have been Recipe for Turnabout. I think it was, I think it was Stolen Turnabout. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before.
Christmas must be hell for you. During the poisoning case of Tribulations. Oh no, it was this one, okay.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Oh, don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
Right. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, the letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Gatto, are you admitting it?
You can blame Dahlia Hawthorne for that one.
Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Bit random. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Gatto is the murderer? But there's not going back now. I've finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Doxman, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. Right. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection. Isn't it more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Idiot! I'm not even gonna acknowledge that. Killer lit the lanterns, we know that much. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Gatto?
Wait, just a minute. Maya, why are you protecting him? You saved your life, yes, but he's still a murderer.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Gatto, it isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Right, this is the big thing, you know? Everything else about this case makes sense, except for why was he at the inner temple? How did he know about Dahlia's plan? Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge got fixed up.
He was in hiding.
Or actually, he may not have been in hiding at all. You may have actually talked to him during the time, right?
Objection!
Maybe that's where you concocted your little story.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Well, you see now, old man, we established this just a while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Gato no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear their testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Tri. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony.
What time is it? 5:30. We've been going at this for 3.5 hours. Okay, pretty good.
Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too.
Okay.
Pearlie was also stuck at the Inner Temple site that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Gato arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time.
Classic locked room murder.
He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Huh.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago. I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Wow, the judge actually doing his job and stopping baloney testimony for once? God damn, never thought I'd see the day. Maybe he's actually getting better at this, you know? He might be.
Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Yeah, trust me, I know. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Gato! Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. Alright. Man, this salt is really coming in clutch right now. Really just keeping my lightheadedness away. Well, stuck on the inner... I mean, this is just pure electrolytes right here, you know? Stuck on the Inner Temple that night. We know that much. So where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
Yeah, but how would she know the rules? She didn't work at the temple, right?
But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place?
Because the Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
But wait, we literally established that this was not the reason. She went there because she was told to by her mother, you know? Rose was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Doxnam.
Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
Okay. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The Inner Temple side has two structures, training hall and a spare prep room.
There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
It's a storage shack, too. Horse was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Well, it certainly is. The next day when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know what she had at least. Well, we know she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne was busy battling with that trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
Mr. Gatto arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Yeah, but he could have just arrived. No one would have batted an eye to that, you know? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Gatto.
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witnesses. It's one of Mr. Gatto's rules.
This is your courtroom, not his! What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Gatto? Oh, nice, and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
Really? Considering how obsessed you were with the Dahlia Hawthorne case, I find that hard to believe. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple.
Huh. You want to say something trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Gatto's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, correct?
Yes, then Mr. Gatto. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thanks for looking after my cousin, Mr. Gatto.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out, you're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
Truth is, there aren't many places to look on the inside Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Gatto style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, the judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up. So, you cheered Pearls up?
When I found that little girl, first thing she asked was about her cousin, my Faye.
Really?
The bridge had burned down, she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly frightening night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie?
I noticed you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
God, the fucking metaphors.
What a sweet story!
He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? He's literally fucking, what's his name? Professor Oobleck from Ruby. He just carries a fucking thermos full of coffee everywhere. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Gatto when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Doxman. Right, so let's ask about that investigation. He cheered her up.
Gato's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? I mean, supposed to be like a fantastic prosecutor, right?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Strike.
Oh, I found plenty of shit. Look at this court record. Now look at this court record that I just found. This is where the evidence from the first investigation ends. Victim staff. Not autopsy report.
Tracks photos, fine.
Yeah, okay. Cane sword. Talisman. Burnt letter.
Not the dagger.
Like, come on. That burnt letter was crucial to the case. Go fuck yourself, Gato.
After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
I didn't miss it, though. Speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Hold on, let me finish this salt. Man, it's too easy. It really is too easy. Like, when this happens, I'm used to, like, you know, laughing and joy, like, aha, I gotcha, but really, dude? Misty Faye image is obscured by gravy. So, how do you know what the picture actually looked like? Because, Pearl covered that in gravy after the murder. Meaning that the only way you could know that hanging scroll, who was on that hanging scroll and what she looked like was if you happened to be there before the murder, you know? Like, I mean, it's so sad when a criminal accidentally ousts themselves by saying something they should not know. Like, I mean, it was bound to happen for Gato because he's an idiot, so of course he's not going to watch his mouth, and he loves to talk. He just talks and talks and talks, none fucking stops. So it was bound to happen. I literally been waiting for him to say, for him to go too far, talk too much, and end up revealing himself. Like, you could have just said, I didn't find anything. That would have been fine, but of course you had to go on your little tirade about Misty Faye. Like, at least when the other criminals reveal themselves, it's usually we goad them into doing so. You don't fucking... Your response would have been perfect without this statement. Yet you chose to make it, because you're an idiot. Think before you speak, my man, but every single piece of evidence I have tells me that you never do. Jesus. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So, from there, you headed for the prep room?
Wait a sec, what did Gato say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Gato when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Doxnum. Or at the Inner Temple for the first time. But he didn't. So it was your first time at the Inner Temple side, Mr. Gato?
That's funny. My management thinks that the defense asked me a question.
Oh, right, we already seen this? I wonder if it will change. So, hot or coffee, that's what I was saying. I've never visited their freezing cold temple. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Huh. You want to say something, Trent?
Yes. It's just like I thought. Gato is lying. His first visit to the Inner Temple really was after the incident. He shouldn't know about that piece of evidence.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony.
Alright, I'm guessing we contradict this with the gravy. Thanks, Pearls, for misinterpreting that letter and throwing gravy all over the picture of your aunt. You have just saved this case. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made a fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gatto is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime scene, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Yeah, because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gatto, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing it was Misty Faye. Now we counter this by using the emblem, right? Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
And you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Gatto described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gatto, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask you just one little thing? Right?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
Here we go. Finally, we're getting to the only thing that I'm not sure of. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Gatto knew about the plan. Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan?
He somehow shrouded in mystery. Another person knew of the plans. Yes, the Burton letter. So, Pearls knew about the plan. The question is, how did Gatto get his hands on that?
Take that!
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. Oh, right, the instructions were hidden at the manor, meaning that Gatto could have actually gone and found them. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Oh, right, I'd completely forgotten about this. See, this is why you can't have a 2-week break with this kind of game. You completely forget about shit like this. Yeah, okay, so there we go. I had completely forgotten about the fact that it had been unsealed, right? It doesn't actually say that here. Oh, it does. Okay, I'm retarded. Carry on.
Unsealed!
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
You just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Gatto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, You had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and what was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center!
Well, it's not eavesdropping. All those visits are heard and probably recorded. I mean, that guard is literally listening in all the time. And Gatto, being a prosecutor, would easily be able to get that information. Yes, it could be arranged if you're someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Gatto.
Order! Mr. Gatto, you are under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. Right, for that reason, and the fact that the killer had then to blend into the crowd when the bridge was finally rebuilt, means that whoever the killer was must be a member of law enforcement. That much is clear. Add on to the fact that the killer had a glowing face, was able to be seen in the dark, and that they couldn't see the color red. Only one person matches that description. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. He then ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness.
Yes, that's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through any kind of trouble protecting her.
It's cute that you think I haven't figured out your true identity yet.
I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. A killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Not for Gatto. However, you have a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gatto? Your unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gatto. For the same reason, huh? Yep.
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties Maya Fey and you together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, you fucked your sister. She is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey?
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this related to a single case. Well, two, actually. The case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Look at you, actually, back when you were an actual decent person character.
I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met at the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see. Clearly emerged with brain damage.
My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
It's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained my consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
Of course it had to be something ridiculous like that.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
It's amazing you've stayed buff all this time and didn't develop severe, muscle atrophy.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed, the woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne.
You could never get your revenge.
Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away with their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Me?
If I had drunk that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for my sin of not saving Maya.
So you would go as far as to commit murder. Got it.
1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in a perfect position to do something about her.
That's where you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. As I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal is to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya. She never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fay.
So he was working together with them. Interesting.
I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl.
But, so you were going to kill Pearl? How did you contact my mother? She had been missing for 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini said something to that effect. Said that the Master Kurain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fay still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Right, that's how Gato knew about the staff, because he was in cahoots with Misty.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized then just how far she was willing to go.
She was willing to kill.
She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary.
Killing Morgan I can understand, but you were gonna kill Pearl! You were gonna kill fucking Pearl! I can't... No! No, no, no! It's too far, my man.
Yes, even it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearl's, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Right. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Oh, wait, no, this was... If you'd like, we can come to my room. Or perhaps we can read some books together. There we go, that's her room voice.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That's what the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself.
You could have just bonked her over the head. I mean, she's a frail old woman. You like, one bonk on the head from the staff, especially, I mean, look at those muscles, my man. Just bonk. And you know, you would have knocked her out, the spirit would have left her, and you didn't have to kill anyone, you fucking psychopath.
She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? You don't mean...
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. Right, so that also clears up why she channeled it in the first place, because she knew about the plan. From Gato. Cool.
As Master of Kurain, Misty Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. What? This is true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was gonna hurt my Fae. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple. Just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Gatto. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
God damn it! Can we not? Judge! Judge! Objection! Objection! He's basically admitted to the crime already. I mean, the killer was at the Inner Temple. He was the only one at the Inner Temple. Call the verdict already. I'm not doing this shit. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not lifting a single finger. I mean, what? It's you! Come on! Anyone who has a brain knows this.
There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey. And I'm sad to say you, Mr. Gatto.
Because he's an idiot. Like, if he knew about the plan from the start, there are so many other ways that it could have been prevented. You didn't have to channel Dahlia, you just had to keep Pearls under your sight at all times. I mean, she was there at dinner. All Misty and you had to do was make sure she never left the temple. You could have just stood guard by the door, and that would be that. You could have contacted the authorities. Come on, man. You are a fucking idiot. You and Misty both. And your idiocy cost her her life. There's nothing here to forgive. There's nothing to feel bad about. You're an idiot. You always have been. And now someone is dead because of it.
You're the real deal. Then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
Oh, Nick, please don't. Maya, I have no pity for this man. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gatto. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. No, if he wanted to protect you, there are so many other ways he could have gone about it. I don't know if it was malice, negligence, or just plain stupidity. But that man is a murderer and nothing else. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. In fact, the fact that he knew about this so far in advance actually makes the crime worse, in my opinion.
Miss Fey, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
All right, this is getting exciting, finally. I do need to go to the bathroom, though, so we're going to take a short break, not even 5 minutes. I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to get myself another cup of water, because all this salt that I've been using to keep my lightheadedness away is really getting me dehydrated, all right? So, yeah, I'll be right back.
So I was thinking about it while I was in the bathroom, and I really am not a fan of this case. It's got a lot of issues, which I'll get to the issues. Okay, so I said before that once we're done with this with the trilogy, I'm gonna do I'm gonna rank all of the Ace Attorney cases, which we will do at the very end of the stream once we are done with this case. I will be going over, but before that though, I will be going over why I think this case is garbage. I mean, it's not bad. Narratively, it's decent, but the actual, like, what happened and logic behind it is iffy at best, you know? But whatever. Time for the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just in that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
So she did manage to attack. Which is why you don't stab someone when you're trying to incapacitate them. Because a person can still fight back when they have been stabbed. It would have been a million times more productive to take that massive staff, which, first of all, for comparison, that staff is huge, okay? Torque is, force times distance, right? Meaning that if you swing this staff from one end, and the other end hits, the other end is gonna have a fuck ton more force. It's why, right here, let me get out my sheet and my kendo sword. Alright. You take a look at this, right? Now in kendo, you're supposed to hit people with the sword from here to here, because that's how you would do it with an actual katana. Because if I hit someone here, it doesn't matter how fucking hard I swing, it's not gonna do shit. The further away you hit with a sword, the more force the swing has behind it. That is basic physics, basic fucking leverage. That's why a long sword is able to do it's able to be so much stronger than a short sword. It's not because it's heavy. I mean, it is because it's heavy, right? That's important too, and we'll get to why this one is heavy too. But it's also because the reach generates a lot of, a lot of force. With a staff this long, if Gato just held it on one end and whacked someone in the head with it, that would guarantee knock them out. Out fucking cold. They would need to be fucking superhuman for them to not get knocked out by that. Hell, and because actually getting wood is stiff as fuck. It is probably one of the worst materials to get hit by. Like, take a metal spoon and smack yourself with it. Then take a wooden spoon and smack yourself with it. The wooden spoon is gonna hurt more because wood hurts like a bitch. It is a hard thing. And not to mention the only thing about wood is that it's not very heavy. Oh, but look, this one had metal in it, meaning that not only does it have the weight of a long sword, but it has the outside of wood, making it this is literally and that curve, you see that curve right there? That outward curve? This is a perfect bludgeon. Straight up perfect. If Gato would just whacked her over the head with this, knocked out, spirit gone, quick trip to the hospital, easy fucking peasy. She would not have stabbed him back. She would not have died. But no, instead, he chose to stab her because he's an idiot. Okay, let's move on.
Those red lights, you said before you didn't see them.
Or something like that.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they just disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, right? even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Oh, I can prove it. Let's run some blood tests, my man.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Alright, here we go, the moment of truth. Before it happened, I think I saw some red flashing lights, 3 of them. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake like that. About that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were Mr. Gatto's mask either. I get the feeling she's covering for... I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Gatto's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I could not identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. I disagree. The fact that her life was in danger should burn those memories into her mind even more, right? Like with, Emma and the SL9 incident, the Blue Badger. The fucking Blue Badger.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I didn't ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So, that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
This is actually ridiculous. Like, it is, in my opinion, it has already been proved without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, what is the 3 things you need? Motive, opportunity, and decisive proof. All right, motive? We established a motive, right? Diego Armando. Opportunity? We established an opportunity. He knew about the murder. He went there, met with Morgan Fay, and was actually there. At the, you know, he has testified to the fact that he was there at the scene of the crime during the time of the murder, and crucially, that he knew about Elise's sword cane, which, you know, is crucial, you know, for someone who was going to commit the murder. They needed to know about the sword cane, okay? And 3. Decisive proof. She just gave it to us. The 3 lights. I mean, we have a lot, you know? The 3 lights indicates that, okay, so someone that must emit red light, okay, that could be a flashlight, not much. But then, we also know, based on the snow and the lantern, that that person, whoever it was, must not be able to see the color red. That's Gatto. You can't see the color red. Like, first of all, it had to be a... there's literally... This is actually ridiculous. I really dislike this case right now. Because no other case has gone this far. This is Gatto's classic fucking MO. Like, he'll just make you prove shit that is ridiculous. Like, no one in their... No reasonable person would ever look at this case and say, yeah, Gatto didn't do it. I mean, there's not even a single shred of chance that Gatto isn't the killer here, you know? Like, it's frankly ridiculous. But here we are. Like, I mean, think about the other, like, endgame baddies, like Von Karma. Once we, you know, his big argument was that, well, you need the bullet to prove that I did it. So we were like, fuck it, we'll bust out the metal detector, old man. And, you know, then he capitulated. We literally had the evidence.
if Gato had been in Von Karma's situation, it would be like, well, yeah, but you can't prove that I didn't get shot by someone else, right? I'd be like, we can do a surgery and take it out and look at the ballistic markings. I don't give a fuck, Trite. Give me a fucking reason why I should admit to your surgery. Like, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Then Chief Gant, again, once we had cornered him and he broke down, he essentially just, you know, once we essentially proved basically that they were the only person who could have done it, they gave in. Von Karma did it. Gant did it. On Guard didn't really do it because we proved it was him. More so because we essentially, you know, helped him realize that if, you know, he had betrayed Shelly the killer. So, yeah. Why can this not be put to rest? There's not been a single other case that has been dragged on like this. Like, in all the other cases, this would have been enough to constitute a fucking conviction. Jesus Christ. Back at the enemy behind her. Right, we'll leave that for later. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean?
Red lights were coming from Gato's mask. It would mean that the slash possibly damaged the mask. They went out right at the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trent? Maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. Could have burned out, you know? My lights burn out all the time.
Your Honor, that's because you're using incandescent light bulbs. We use LED now.
LED? What the hell does that even mean?
What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a terrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? So the scream was likely Gato screaming in pain. Yeah, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
Well, no, the blade was completely impaled on her, meaning that she couldn't remove it. She slashed at him with the knife, and that's where the blood came from. It was not a deep cut, which is why there's so little blood on it. After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Very well, Mr. Wright. It seems to make sense to me.
That's like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Sounds about right. We'll leave it at that for now. I think that's exactly how it happened.
Of course, after all my deductions are almost certainly always correct, and most of the time, in certain circumstances. Sometimes. Alright, let's go on with the testimony. The killer and the victim were fighting ferociously. What happened then?
Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Perfect. And what about the killer that stabbed Dahlia? I'm sorry, I don't know. Really, it's true, Nick. I believe you. On this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying.
Huh. It appears that the darkness has proven to be your undoing, right?
I've got to use this testimony to prove that Gato committed the murder. I really wish I didn't have to do it. For some reason, I get the feeling that some part of Gato actually wants me to? I mean, if at his core he's a defense attorney, then yeah, I would hope he would want to reach the truth at the end of the day. Happened. I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Alright, this is a big one. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life.
I mean, this is not the first murder she's witnessed, Judge. It's like the fourth. No, third.
So then, what did you do at that point?
couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so, but...
Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. I wonder if this will change because we got that other piece of information. This went out, they went out in the middle of a fight, they were damaged, or maybe it was knocked off. Little red pinheads, so you could really happened. Okay. Horrible scream, Dahlia collapsed on Alice Caution. I think we have to present something there. Killer stabbed Dahlia. At this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying. Darkness is proven to be your undoing. Got to use this testimony to prove that Gato committed the murder. Really wish I didn't have to. Saw some red lights, 3 of them. Okay, thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, she struck back at the enemy behind her. Slowed autopsy report. I think we present the dagger, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of. Well, let's save. Because this is, you know, gone pretty far. Alright, I think this is it. The evidence clearly reveals the contradiction of that statement, Your Honor. Except it doesn't. Okay, cool. She wasn't dead though, she struck back at the enemy behind her. Red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Horrible scream. Dahlia Hawthorne. Man's voice. Scream came from the killer. Dahlia, oh right, I have to, there was a contradiction here, right, okay. I'm sorry to say this, Your Honor, but you're an idiot, as always. But that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Oh no! I'm so sorry, I know it's true, but I didn't... Oh no, Judge, don't. You're great, you're fantastic. Oh, don't cry. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Tripe.
Only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed back by the staff. What could have been used to strike back at the killer?
That's the dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
John, this is your job. Also, you can literally look at the court record at any time by pressing tab. This dagger was found at the crime scene, struck into a pine tree.
Yeah, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. She managed to wound him as well.
Objection! Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded.
There's blood on it, my man.
For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
We know it wasn't, though. Have you forgotten about the blood that's already being tested? Like, this is child level. Like, come on, man. This is evidence that you yourself have introduced into court and that you yourself submitted for, you know, blood tests. Come on, don't just go. Come on, snap back out of it. Come on, stay with me. Don't forget about the blood test. Come on, you read your court record. Come on, I don't have time to educate you on every little piece of evidence that I present, my man. Okay? Can you please have half a brain cell for like at least the end of this game? Jesus Christ, man.
Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. Killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trey.
Right, well, let's go to the blood. Well, let's take that to forensics.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Oh, he'll weasel his way out of this one.
Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to this courtroom.
Yes!
What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
That's dumb? So, your argument is, I could have forged this evidence. Give me a second. Alright, we're back. Let's finish this fucking case. Finally. Jesus Christ. That can't be. Okay, so his argument is, if I was the killer, I would have forged this evidence. Okay. I still want to test it. I mean, if it's you, I still want to test it, you know? I mean, after all, if it's someone else's blood, you just admitted to forging evidence. If it's your own blood, then you were too stupid to forge evidence, you know? It's a win-win for me whether I test that, you know, that knife or not, because there's literally no one other than you was there that night. Meaning that if it was someone who physically could not have committed the murder, like say Sister Bikini, then it's pretty obviously a forgery and you just admit it.
You've just admitted it. But if it's your blood, then it means you were just too stupid to forge it. So, I mean, because no one else could have forged it, only you. So, I don't know how you tell you this, but regardless of how that blood work comes out, it benefits me. Like, I don't know what you would say this. Like, you would just, like, if you would actually manufacture that evidence, you would not be telling me,
Don't check that out, Try, because I may have manufactured.
like, what?
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Try.
Like, if you, like, you should be trying to get me, like, if you had actually, if that was some evidence that if you knew whose blood was on that knife and I didn't, you should have just let me step right into the trap like Edgeworth would.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Try. That blood, it doesn't belong to me.
Test it. I don't care. Fucking test it. I don't give a shit who it belongs to. The court demands to know who it belongs to, and we can draw our conclusions from that. So how about you stop poisoning the well and take this little vial over to forensics? Goggles, man.
Not a chance.
What? This is not an argument.
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer? Yes. But, if Mr. Gatto had really been cut with this dagger, his clothes would be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Man can change his clothes, right? Also, he wasn't stabbed in the... He was stabbed in the face. As evidenced by the fact that his goggle, was knocked off. Maya, maybe you just changed his clothes. That, solved this contradiction pretty easily. Well, what are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone was at the inner temple side got trapped there.
That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Gatto was already there, waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court. What the witness says.
Like, what Gatto has literally done is like,
All right, well, I admit that I broke into the bank vault with an assault rifle and I stuffed a bag full of cash. But you can't, and then a camera saw me leaving with a full bag, but you can't prove that bag that camera saw me carrying was the one that actually carried the cash. You can't say for sure that I'm the one who stole the cash. Like, do you understand how dumb that sounds? Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone bring a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way, he wouldn't get any blood on them. That would certainly be interesting. Or Gatto to just be committing murder in the nude.
Objection! That's impossible, Try. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
I shouldn't have to.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here, the book is already fucking closed. You're literally desperately trying to hold it open by like a sliver. A fucking, there is like, the pages are held together so close, the distance between them, as you desperately try to pull them open, is a single Armstrong.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright?
Wait, are Armstrong's mass? Wait, are Armstrong's mass? I think I might have that wrong. Armstrong. Unit. Angstrom. Nope, it is. Yep. It is length equal to 1 to the 10 to the negative 10 meters. 1/10,000,000th of a meter. Or a tenth of a nanometer. That is how much is left to close this fucking book. I should not. Just let go. Fucking gravity will close it for me.
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Gatto of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence?
Test that fucking knife for blood. Please, just test the knife. I don't give a shit whose blood is on it. The court demands to know. We can work off of that. That's a fucking bluff and a half. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. Oh, come on. It was such a bluff. The thing with the blood? That was a bluff and a half. That was a bluff and a half. Just test the blood, Phoenix. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted.
Huh. That's good. Fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty?
But you can't just do this. We've literally... What? So if I get this wrong, then what? Actually, I want to see what happens if I get this wrong. You trying to pressure me, Mr. Gatto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got one piece of evidence, and it's all I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been blood stains on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite.
Let's hear what you've got. No, I'm gonna save because I legitimately want to see what it's like if I fail this. Because I refuse to believe that I will actually lose the case here.
Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Take that!
Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Well, it looks like you've proven one thing. You're nothing but a fake.
What? What about all the other things I proved?
I don't think so. A promise is a promise. That was fun while it lasted. See you later, Trite. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial, nor is there any need for time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear, so no room for misinterpretation. Court finds the defendant, Iris of Hazakura Temple, guilty, right?
So, despite the fact, Judge, that we have proven that she had, no reason, we have proven that she was not at the scene of the crime during the murder. You're gonna give us a guilty verdict. This is why it's bullshit. Like, I know other games, like, you know, and other trials also get, shit on for like, oh, I had him really close. And then, you know, I messed up once and now the judge is like, well, guilty anyways. Like, but this is the worst, the most egregious one of all. Because it's literally, Kato has admitted to the fucking crime. He's admitted to.
Yeah, well, I stabbed her, but you can't prove that I killed her.
Like, this is basically the extent of it.
And it's like, that's like, we'll test your blood. Yeah, well, what if I manufactured evidence, right? Like, Mr. Gatto, did you just admit to manufacturing evidence? No.
Like, what? What? Is that... Like, am I dumb or something? Like, this is ridiculous. I know that in all these, like, you know, trial games, like in Danganronpa and Ace Attorney, like, I know that it's kind of ridiculous how you can fail despite, you know, the fact that the judge is basically, you know, 1 second the judge is completely convinced of your side and then all of a sudden you failed. Like, but this is insane considering he's already fucking admitted it. Come on. This is bullshit. This is extending this trial for no fucking reason. Oh my god, this trial, you know, the longer this goes on, the further this trial drops to my rankings. I was still gonna give it an A rank. You know. But no, after this shit, fuck no. Location where you say the killer hit his wound. East Stockton was murdered. Not that courtyard. And it has to be under his mask, right? Do I present him? I mean, it's the mask, right? Huh. Need to know. That right, Trey? Oh! That was different. What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding that wound. It's beneath your mask. Oh, looks like I picked the wrong person for the thumbnail. It was Mia, not Edgeworth, but I mean, I had done Mia before in a similar way, so I thought, might as well do Edgeworth to end the trilogy off, you know? It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. I mean, that's honestly... Ah! What the fuck? He just exploded! Poor guy! He's fucking dead! Oh, he's back. Is that your final cap? I doubt you can get many of those in prison. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. And that's what I thought. Mr. Gatto? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could ever find it in my heart to forgive, I could never find it in my heart to forgive, was me. You! Yourself? I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me, and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. And then you murdered her mother, so there's that one. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore. So I quit. You saved Maya? Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyways. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya?
If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul.
By committing murder?
I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous.
There we go. Okay, so he's admitting the fact that he could have stopped it way earlier.
Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. No, Phoenix, he really fucking didn't. There's nothing redeemable about this man. Absolutely zero. Put that finger down.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
If it was for Maya's sake, you would have stopped it long before she walked into that ambush.
What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth.
That's a cool shot, though. It's very cool.
The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me.
Yeah, and you could have whacked her with the thing, but you didn't.
It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up that blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else?
Yep, revenge. Literally it.
Was it my hatred for the woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago?
Yeah, in his hatred for Dahlia, he murdered Mia's mother. Okay, and he could have murdered Pearl, which would have been worse. He was willing to murder Pearl. So, yeah, no. This man deserves no sympathy whatsoever. Zero!
Could it have been simply a desire for revenge?
Yes.
Now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however.
I mean, it's kind of tragic, but I also hate him. Like, he's not redeemable.
I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. That stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom.
And you never could.
You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Gatto.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Did you forget the part where I, dramatically revealed your name for the court? Like, it was a really dramatic moment, my dude. Don't go ruining it.
Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I knew you were trying to save me.
Stop trying to find good in this man. And whatever good was left in him died. Whatever good was left in this man died 6 years ago. There we go.
Thanks.
There we go. It's finally over. Like he said, can't cry till it's over. So you're admitting that it's over. Thank God. Also, you should get those tear ducts looked at. They don't look very healthy.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Do you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be My tears. Tears! Ever since I've woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando?
You do well to remember this, Maya. One time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Well, yeah, and back then, when he crushed the cup and his hand bled, that blood from his hand was symbolic of his tears. Because, you know, he was holding back tears, but so rather than his eyes crying, his hand cried instead. So because the blood from his hand symbolized his tears, now his tears are actually blood. Kind of like Dobby in My Hero Academia. And some funky tunes to end off this depressing case. This case was garbage. I'm sorry to say. I mean, narratively, it was actually pretty good. But Gato was not, his actions are not redeemable. Well, I'll go over it in a bit. So let's just finish off, get back to the title screen, and then we'll go over that.
This time it's really all over, isn't it? Defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with a body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
Actually, there is one plot hole that I need to actually have my court record with me to show you, so I have to do that before. How's our critical map? So, let's assume that this rope is 10 meters, right? If this rope is 10 meters, it's 10 meters from this point to this point, meaning that 10 meters from that point, plus the width of the bridge, the rope wouldn't quite reach this. Although maybe it would be possible if the outcropping was there. However, if the rope is perfectly horizontal, then it would be as close to this place as possible. However, in order for the rope to have actually launched her up into the air 10 feet, it would have needed the rope would have needed to be angled upwards when her body was let go by the rope. This means that, and as the rope gets angled upwards, right? If this is like the 10-meter mark, as you can see, as the rope gets angled upwards, it drifts further and further away from the mark. I should probably, you know, it gets further and further away, meaning that in order for it to, if it had gone up 10 feet, right, she would have technically just dropped back down on top of the bridge. The rope would have actually curved over the bridge, up on top of the bridge, and then dropped down on it, and with the fire, the bridge should have fallen down. But whatever, okay? If we ignore physics and say that the body did actually launch over 10 feet and land there, then there's still the issue of, if he just tied her to the rope, why did the rope let go? Like, she was secured enough to the rope that when she was at the very bottom of the arc, right? She's at the very bottom of the arc and, you know, doing the pendulum motion right here as she's going through the bottom. The force upwards on the rope has to be greater than the force of gravity in order to then pull her upwards, right? Meaning that the force on the rope was greatest when her body was at the bottom of the, right under the bridge. The rope was held on perfectly fine then. Yet, when her body was then swung upwards, the rope magically let go of her body and she landed on the other side. That is not how ropes work. I know grappling hooks in video games work like that, but that is not how ropes work. And why I can excuse that in something like a Batman game or, you know, Uncharted, where the whole point is just to, you know, have some fun, a fun adventure. In a game that's all about solving mysteries and being logical, I can't excuse something like that because it simply makes no sense. The only situation where this makes sense is if there was a special knot that he made that actually was strong under pressure, but then would become loose the second the rope wasn't being, not that like when you pull on it, it remains tight, but once it's no longer pulled on, it loosens, right? Which is a possible knot to make. The issue with that is that the only moment during which the body would not have any force exerted on it by the rope would be, you guessed it, when it's at the very top of its trajectory with no horizontal momentum right on top of the bridge. Meaning that if he did make a knot that automatically undid itself when there was no, when the rope wasn't pulling the body anymore, then that body should have gone like this. Whoop, and then dropped right down on the bridge. And, that's not what happened. So, the method in which he moved the body across the bridge makes absolutely no sense. And I guess, since we're here, I might as well go through the other stuff. Gato was so dumb that he literally got a woman killed for no reason. He was, in his hatred, willing to just straight up become a murderer. This is not a redeemable character. There is no point in redeeming him. What he did was undeniably wrong. There's no he was trying to protect Maya. No, you fucking idiot. He's admitted it himself. If he wanted to protect Maya, he would have not let her go to the place where she was going to be attacked in the first place. He purposely and knowingly let it get to the point where she was in immediate danger so that he could play, because he wanted to play the hero like the egotistical maniac that he is. And then he was overcome by rage and didn't even get to play the hero. Instead, he just got to murder someone is righteous, and imagine it was some kind of righteous, he was some kind of righteous savior, when in reality, he was nothing but a murderer. Now, that person could have been Misty, who I'm sure would have been more than happy to, die for Maya, right? But it could have, and that would have, and that's still bad, but he was also willing to kill Pearl if she was there. An innocent girl who had nothing to do with this, he was going to murder her, making him no better than Dahlia in that moment. Also, the fact that even if he wanted to play the hero and wait until Maya got attacked and all that, right, he could have still knocked her out non-lethally using the staff. He purposefully chose to take a life with the sword instead of using the cane. That was a conscious decision that he made. I don't know. Just pure bloodlust in that moment. That was a conscious decision he made. And even he admits it. Nothing he has done is redeemable. There is also one more giant plot hole in this situation, right? The staff. The staff was the murder weapon. Well, the sword inside the staff. It was used to kill Elise. So what happened is Dahlia, in Elise's body, threw down the staff and pulled out her dagger. Behind her, Gato showed up, grabs the staff, consciously makes the decision to become a murderer, takes the sword out, and impales the poor woman from behind. If that staff wasn't there, murder would have never happened. Because you know what Gato would have done? He probably would have actually, stopped her with his own hands. And trust me, he's more than strong enough to do so. I mean, look at that. I mean, where is he? Oh, I don't have it, but look at that. That's a man with muscle, look at his body at any point during the case. You'll notice that. So, if that staff wasn't there, the murder would have never happened, right? I think that's pretty reasonable. So let me ask you, why was that staff at the Inner Temple? Well, there was one reason only. Plot convenience. You know why? Well, you might say, because Elise carried it there. But Elise didn't. The person who carried that staff to the Inner Temple was not Elise. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. And her whole point was to disguise herself as Iris, right? So why would she, trying to disguise herself as Iris, decide to take Elise's staff with her? If she knew that the staff was a sword, okay, that makes sense. She was planning to use it for the murder.
but she didn't, which is why she brought the knife. So bringing the staff made no sense because, first of all, there's no reason to bring it. I mean, you're trying to disguise yourself as Iris, so it's not like, you know, you could just leave it behind. It's extra weight. I mean, it's a pretty big fucking staff. Second of all, it would probably make Sister Bikini a bit suspicious. The fact that Iris is walking around with what's her face? Elise's staff, especially considering the fact that Elise was literally the master of the Korean technique and Bikini knew this. So I would assume if Bikini just saw Iris walking around carrying the staff, might be a little bit suspicious. So, and Dahlia should have probably known this. So why did she take the staff there? There is literally no reason under the sun for Dahlia to have taken the staff with her. It was simply done for plot convenience. Literally, that's it. Because otherwise, there would not be a murder weapon. You know? And then there's Bikini, who actually met with Iris. Or, not Iris, Dahlia inside of Elise's body. Elise, and Dahlia was carrying Elise's staff while she looked like Iris. And Bikini, not even thought this to be strange, but didn't even testify to this fact when we had established the fact that, hey, what if the murder actually maybe took place at, you know, the Inner Temple? Bikini didn't really think to ask, oh yes, well, I saw Iris carrying the staff at the Inner Temple. Like, huh? Did you just choose to ignore that detail? Like, that staff is the biggest plot hole I think I've seen in this game franchise so far. Holy shit, that staff is not only a plot contrivance, like if Bikini wasn't there, it would be a plot convenience and nothing else. But with Bikini there, it is more. It is a full-on plot hole. So yeah, there we go. That's, you know. But anyways, let's move on. An innocent woman is dead because Gato is a fucking idiot.
Tampering with the body of the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyways.
Very well.
Also, fun fact, he was gonna make Iris take the fall for it. You know what? If you want to kill someone to save Maya, go right ahead. At least man up and take responsibility. But no, not only did you murder someone when you didn't have to, in order to play the hero, and because of your revenge, but then you chose to have an innocent woman take the fall? Like a little fucking bitch? Like, no. Come on, dude. There is no sympathy that you deserve. Absolutely zero. I hope you fucking rot in jail.
Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Oh, right, there's one thing she didn't say that she's been wanting to say.
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
That was Dahlia, though.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, you got pretty close. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. The bitch!
It's not all that surprising. Two of you hardly knew each other.
What do you mean? So all the time Phoenix had spent with Dahlia, it was actually Iris?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria at this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day where she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
No, I don't think I can. Okay, so this murder... Okay, I can excuse your role in this. You know, you wanted to protect Maya. You didn't know what actually went down. You didn't know that Gato was actually an asshole who did all this for his vindictive revenge or whatever, you know? You just thought, oh, he had to protect Maya. This was the only way. I'm going to protect him. I'll take the fall. It's the honorable thing. This I can excuse. You helping out a serial killer is not something I can. Go fucking rot. Okay? Toodaloo.
You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But Phoenix is too good of a person to tell her and put her in her fucking place. There's no sympathy to be had for this person. Holy shit.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she could possibly. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, in the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm not buying this. You could have, again, you are an idiot. You could have just been like, hey, that bottle has, you could have gone to the police. Why didn't you go to the fucking police? Oh my fucking god. You fucking idiots, both you and Gato. What is your adversity with using the fucking police force to your... Oh my god, you fucking idiots. Why don't you just tell the police? The bottle around Phoenix Wright's neck has poison in it that was used to kill Diego Armando. He needs to be protected because because fucking Dahlia Hawthorne is gonna kill him. No, I have no sympathy for you. Your idiocy got Doug Swallow killed, and that's the end of the fucking line. Now tell me, you said you had a role in Fall's death. Tell me, what is it? I need to know.
You know, it's past that I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
And you just chose to...
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
Oh, so she had consulted you about the other murders and you did nothing to stop them. Okay, good. This is certainly making you a very likable and, sympathetic character. Oh my god. What's that, Panic at the Disco line? I forgot the exact line, so I need it. Give me a second here. No, I think it was from Nails for Breakfast, Extra Snacks, if I believe correctly. Breakfast, Extra Snacks. With the way you're talking, every word gets you a step closer to hell. Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. Yes, this is not a positive.
I think She must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her.
Okay, so, stealing $2 million from your father. Wrongfully putting Falls on death row, murdering Valerie, getting Falls to commit suicide, killing Diego, or trying to. All those are fine, you know. I can excuse serial murder, but I draw the line at my boyfriend. You are a shitty fucking person. This makes you worse. You would be a better person if you had actually gone through and helped her with that murder too. Go fuck yourself, you self-centered fucking bitch. I have not a shred of sympathy for you. You're worse than Gato. I've said it. You're worse than Gato.
You didn't end her life, or mine.
Iris?
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
Right, so in the beginning you were going to kill me. Thanks for that. I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. A fucking whore. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. You shouldn't have, Phoenix. You give her too much credit. She's an accomplice to a serial murder. She only ever stopped, the only time she was actually willing to stop her sister, and to be honest, I'm not even sure if she would. Because she said before that she had displeasure with her sister's actions, but she never bothered to stop it, so yeah, she's like, oh, if I had known that she was planning to kill you, Feeny, I would have stopped her. I'm calling bullshit. I have no reason to believe you would have. I have all the reason to believe, in fact, that you would have been a coward, like in all the other cases, let her go through with it, and hell, you probably would have helped her. And even if you didn't, the only reason you decided murder is bad is because it affected you. Because you had finally found a boyfriend, and you didn't want that gone. That was the only thing that ever made you care about a human fucking life? And I'm supposed to be sympathetic to you? No. Not happening, bitch. Get fucked. Get fucked.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right?
You know, just the fact that you're standing next to Iris makes me like you marginally. You know what? Good character. Iris, bad character. I've said it. Yeah, I think you're right. He looks so weird holding that mug, but I think it suits him. Well, Iris was giving her monologue. He whispered over to like Gumshoe, you know, as I said before, sitting on the edge of, you know, Gato's desk, tossing him cups of coffee. And he's like, hey, Dick. Yeah, what do you want, pal? Can I have one of those cups? I need to do a dramatic thing. Okay? Yeah, sure. Come hot one coming right up. Black coffee. There you go. Just toss it across the corner.
The purpose of this trial was to rule in the murder of the victim, Elise Duxnam. At some point, I expect you to be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I expect her to be tried for an accomplice in all the other cases as well.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
You deserve no sympathy, and you will get none. Phoenix is too soft. I will make sure Prosecutor Edgeworth deals with you.
God, I hope Edgeworth is her prosecutor and just gets her like maybe not death sentence. That might be a bit harsh. I don't like the death sentence. I'll make an exception for Dahlia though.
Life in prison. Life in prison, nothing fucking less. February 10, 4:51 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. Man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison. Phoenix, he's a murderer. He could have saved her so many other fucking ways. But instead he chose to murder Elise. He could have murdered Pearl. He almost killed Pearl, dude. He fucking almost killed Pearl. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Of course justice was served. Thank you. Mia? I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. You shouldn't. Oh my god, Phoenix. God, you're such a shonen protagonist. Oh my god. The man who cares so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. Yeah, by showing him that he fucked up. You mean with that verdict? Yeah. I mean, he might get out of jail at some point, you know, it probably won't be life in prison. So, yeah, I'm sure he's gonna have some nice time to reflect on everything he's done. Nothing that he's done can be excused, but perhaps after some reflection, once he gets out of prison, maybe he can return to being a good man, a good defense attorney. He can return to being Diego Armando. Not Gato. Because Diego Armando is a good man, but Gato is just a piece of fucking trash. I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia? You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia? I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. And Pearl time, right? I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick, you know, I hate nothing more than selfish people who either pretend like or believe that they're being selfless. You know? Manfred von Karma, selfish bitch. Love him. Damon Gant, selfish bitch. Actually, in the case of Damon, he wasn't being entirely, selfish, you know? He seemed to legitimately care, about getting Joe Dark in prison, that stuff. Yeah, sure. He was also trying to get his way, but I think Damon Gant is, honestly, Damon Gant is probably a better person than, Gato, at least right now. You know, Gato at least has a, you know, possibility for change. I don't think Damon Gant will ever change his ways. But as of right now, I would legitimately say Damon Gant is a better person than Gato. Holy shit. At least he doesn't pretend. At least he didn't try to pretend to be some kind of savior when in, you know. Jesus Christ. Then, Matt on guard, selfish to his core. Love him. This type of guy I can't stand. And woman, Iris. Nick. Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back to me in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? Your mother is dead. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska? She has been listening into the whole thing. Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one's filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisco have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. I mean, it would have been nice seeing Edgeworth take on Diego, just to, you know, because Edgeworth in a sense is a lot like Diego in that his, he let a selfish pursuit of, perfection lead him away from justice itself. So in a sense, he's a lot like Diego, and I would love to see him rip Diego a new one, because he would not have kind words for him like Phoenix did. Wow, where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering with his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Please not Laurice. Oh no, not him. There's your favorite group hug is there. Oh, Larry? What's with the longer face than usual? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Yeah, the bridge photo. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Yes, indeed. Ergo, I must say that I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah! That beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Francisca being nice for once? What is this? And you'll do it, like you promised. You're going to model for my next picture book. Francie's whippity. Ah! Don't get carried away. Oh my god. Oh. What about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah? To be honest, I can't understand it either. And Ziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. Oh right, yeah, Manfred died. I completely forgot about that. Good riddance! I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who's hurt more deeply than Maya? Who could that be? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya being strong for? Huh? Wait, I thought for sure it would be Phoenix. Wait. Oh, pearls? Ah, this is tough. I mean, it could be Gato? No. I think it has to be Pearl, right? Take that! Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all. The reason she worked so hard to follow those instructions is because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed it in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh, here we go. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, well, looks like we got quite a bunch of... Ow! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. I love that she just calls him Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. Oh, what's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, isn't that? Anyway, congrats on your win, pal. Hey, let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I'm in reservations at a first-class French restaurant. Oh no. Oh no, we're all gonna die. Not Tribulations. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip is your reward. Detective Gumshoe? It's not a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Tribulations? Where else? Oh no! I knew it. We're doomed. Hey, come on, let's go, Wally. I can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. He's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya! What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, can't find her anywhere. Didn't she disappear like this at the end of the last game too? I thought she went back to the village. Yeah, I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. Thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. Well, I mean, if she's on the train right now, or heading to the train, she wouldn't have arrived yet. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, well, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? Yeah, but what about you? Hey, Luck, how's it going? You missed a lot. Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're... Yeah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Where would that be? I actually don't know. Oh, back here. February 10, Hazakura Temple main gate. Okay, that makes sense. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, a hanging scroll. Hey, she cleaned it up. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya!
Pearl? Why? Why did you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Calm down, child. It's not your fault. It is entirely on Gado's hands.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it was all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm so happy.
You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now.
If Pearls wasn't there, you would very much still be alive because this entire plan was hatched off of the back of, making Pearls the master of the Korean technique. If she didn't exist, this whole plan would have never happened.
That's why I have nothing. I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini?
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you that she said to me that night,
So, Bikini, why didn't you see it fit to tell us that, Iris was carrying a giant fucking staff belonging to Misty Faye when you met her? Because that would have been some pretty important fucking information. Oh, I know. Because it's a plot hole, and this case is bad.
After dishonoring the good name of Korean, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
A thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
A photo?
Mother?
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. Who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? Well, I'll tell you who Diego fights for, himself and no one else. And there's no reason to feel any sympathy for him. That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are worried who are constantly challenged by that question. She broke the urn too. Oh, that is amazing. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, it's a very cute photo. We always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Yeah, it's not a great analogy. Like, this is a behavior that is exhibited plenty of times within nature. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. I mean, after all, people of your same family, or hell, even species, carry genes similar to you, so, you know, at the end of the day, evolution is all about preserving your own genes, but if you die to let someone else live who is closely related to you, in a sense, you're still protecting your genes, which is why many animals have evolved evolutionarily to protect others of their own family or even those of their same species. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can't come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back.
Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly.
I wouldn't call it that, considering where we're going.
You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
Oh no, she's gonna die if she eats the, Tribulation food. There's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but... Why for 3? Come on, what do you think?
You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
That's gonna be... painful?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
Oh god, no!
It's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
Maybe for Edgeworth, not Maya. No, maybe lukewarm coals. I think I'd go for lukewarm, you know? I'd draw the line there.
We'll have a nice big meal before we come back next time, right, Nick?
I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Okay, I need to say it with him, okay, since this is the last time.
Sure, of course you can.
I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too! Alright, is it here? Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! What a great game and what a horrible final trial. Jesus Christ. I mean, narratively it was a good trial. So,
I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Kurain and the office manager of Raiden Co-offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Narratively speaking, it was a great case. But the actual, the actual mechanics of it?
It's so true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic West. We really thought with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary special ultra course here too. I think I surprised the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
Oh god, no. Please, no, not Pearl. No. Yeah, narratively it was a fantastic case, but the actual mechanics of the case were really, really not great. Hey, Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. It looks good on you.
Yes, but remember, you don't seem the same. I guess the dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more like a detective, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Are you saying you just shit yourself in bed? Oh. Yeah, it was, mechanically speaking, there were a lot of flaws in the case.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Please do! I would love to see what the results of your training. Show me your moves! Oh, Ron!
Z and I started a company called Master Mouse Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Hey, I will sit for Adrian Andrews and Von Karma any day of the week. Maybe her too.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special tea, thick tea, one mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
3 cheers for sweet revenge, am I right? Oh, God, not him.
I'm just holding in the way a wrinkly, grampy clown nose waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old.
Nice.
I cried like a baby with a little diaper.
Oh, I love Kudo. He's great. He truly just got bullied in court because we weren't able to understand his genius.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamat. Fuck! As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
I didn't get to read his name. Damn it.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazine's like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho!
It's like the fucking Gatewater Hotel murder manor, you know? Man, I wonder how that bellboy's doing. Probably rich as fuck, you know? Adamata?
You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. That's so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but you felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
You helped a serial killer, and the only reason you ever stopped was because your boyfriend was in danger. I have no sympathy for you, you fucking bitch. No, actual voice actors.
Objection!
Sean King.
Objection!
I don't reckon. If I remember correctly, at least in the first game, they weren't even actual voice actors that did the objections stuff. They were just guys who worked on the translation team.
Objection!
So I don't think any of these guys are like actual voice actors, which is really cool. Although maybe they actually got real voice actors. I love it. Maybe they did actually get real voice actors in for like the remakes and stuff. Oh god, not Larry. Oh no, it's old Beck. This is even worse.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts? And I'll bring them over to Eggy Poo. I know exactly what he'd do there. I really can't accept this, I'm afraid. So something else must be paid. How no, I will never be a gentleman who will...
Okay, old Beck is pretty fun, I will say. Even if she's kind of a pain to do.
I finally have something I love. Francie's whippity trip is gonna turn the world. I had art. I should realize it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
Good for you, Larry, or Larice now, I guess. That's a nice picture. And probably Larry drew it, which is really cool. It's pretty nice too. It's like, you know, the guys, and then achievement unlocked. A lawyer only cries once at the end. That's good. It's very good for finishing the full game. Okay. Well, that was the Phoenix Wright trilogy. God damn, I love these games. Even if that final case was pretty bad, I think, yeah, I think this might be my least favorite game of the trilogy, because this case was pretty bad. Phoenix, the game clearly tries to make you feel bad for Iris and Gato, even though both of their actions are completely unexcusable. I mean, Gato himself admits that his actions were shitty and that he was a piece of shit and deserves no sympathy, which I agree with. Good job, good. At least he finally owned up to it, instead of keeping up the "I was just saving Maya" charade, you know? Iris is the one that really pisses me off, though, because literally, like, her whole thing is like, well, I helped my sister commit, like, several murders, but when she tried to kill my boyfriend, then I was gonna stop her. Which is like, honestly, I think that makes her a worse person than if she had gone with it if it was against her boyfriend too, you know? Like, at least have some consistency. Like, what that really shows to me is that true selfishness, that she had absolutely no concern for human life until, you know, it was someone she actually cared about on the line, which just makes her a shitty fucking person. So yeah, no, those two people deserve absolutely no sympathy. I have no idea why the game would try to make me feel sympathy for them, because it makes no sense. They deserve none. And then Recipe for Turnabout is probably the worst case in the whole series, just overall. And then, what is it called? I always forget this one's name because there's so many, like, the first Turnabout Memories, the first Turnabout Beginnings, right? This one was also not great. It was not. There were some good aspects to it, but it really felt iffy in a lot of spots, you know? Stolen Turnabout was fantastic. One of my favorite cases, though. All right, well, let's not do this here, though. I said I would do a ranking of all the Ace Attorney cases, and I will, but I really need to go to the bathroom. I mean, we've been at this for what? It's 8. We've been at this for 6 hours. Holy shit! So I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break, and then when we come back, I'm gonna do a tier list of all the Ace Attorney cases so far to finish off the game. You know, be able to collect it'll help me collect my thoughts on the game, and you know, I'll do them in like chronological order. Okay, so yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna set this up, and I'm probably gonna end up recording this and making this into a separate YouTube video as well that I can just post on the channel separately, because I think it makes some good content. So let me find attorney cases. I might do characters at some point, but the thing is, there's so many characters that I've forgotten a lot of them. I would really need to I would really need to you know, actually like look through them all, collect my thoughts, rewatch some of my videos, remember them as a character. So if I ever do a like character tier list, I'm going to probably do it at some, you know, other point. So yeah, and I'll probably do it as like a standalone video rather than live. All right, let me swap over here. Oh no, that's wrong. It should be Rome. Nope. Okay. There we go. Here, let me crop this. Properties. Yeah, okay. Transform, edit, transform. Size. Your width can get down to... Oh, no, that's... Okay, crop. Here we go. 100? What about... Alright. 200. 500. No, that's too much. Alright, let's do 400 there. Then 400 on the right. And then top and bottom, we'll do 200? No, that's too much. All right, we'll do 100 on the bottom. 150? Yeah, okay, I think that looks good, right? And then we'll blow that up. That's... Okay, well, maybe I'll make it larger on the side so that it actually fits the whole screen, you know? That might be a good idea. Edit, transform. Let's reduce that crop to 300. And, yeah, center it. Right, there we go. That should be good. Now, of course, this contains cases from all the games, but, you know, I'm also gonna close the game down and actually put some music on from the game. Let's see, what should we get started off? We'll start off, I want to do a different song while I'm ranking a different game. So, for the first game, let's do the Damon Gant theme. I mean, it's just good. Swimming. Anyone? How's the... That should be some good audio levels. Okay, good. Or that actually might be a bit loud. How's that? I think that should be good. Okay. So... I'm gonna start the recording for YouTube. Yeah. I need to move this base cam a little bit further in. There we go. All right. So, I just finished playing the Ace Attorney original trilogy on stream. We're actually live right now. And I decided that I might as well go do a ranking of all the games and, you know, put it up on YouTube, because why not? And by the way, if you're new here, you don't know who we are, we like to stream video games every week. Right now we're doing, well, we just finished Ace Attorney, we're doing Shin Megami Tensei 3, we're doing Persona 4, we're doing Danganronpa, and I've got plans for stuff like Zero Escape and a bunch of other stuff. It's you know, really fun. You know, you should subscribe and join. But for right now, let's get to Ace Attorney rankings. So, alright, we're gonna do this chronologically. I've only played the first trilogy, so I'm not, you know, gonna be doing most of these, but, you know, so we'll start first up with the first Turnabout. I'd say this is probably mediocre, you know? Nothing too good, nothing too bad. I mean, it's an introduction to the game, its mechanics, its core characters. Mia's there, so that's a plus, but, you know, it's a pretty straightforward case. The characters are pretty good, though, and Winston Payne is always a plus, so I'd say 1-1 on mediocre. I'd say that's a pretty fair ranking. Next up, 1-2. Where is it? Am I blind? 1, 2. Okay, 1, 1, 5, 1, 2. Here we go. All right, Turnabout Sisters. I'm debating between going great and good. Turnabout Sisters is a fantastic case from a narrative standpoint and from an investigative standpoint. Red White is a fantastic character, but April May is not really. She kind of gets on my nerves. Then again, the case was also our first introduction to Edgeworth. Also, I think you know where 1-5 is going based on music that I have on right now, so, you know, that kind of spoils it, but whatever. You know what, I think we're gonna be generous. I'm gonna leave, I think Turnabout Sisters will still very good. So it lacks in a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna have to put it down to, god damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to cut this out of the video. Alright, as I was saying, yeah, I think I'm gonna drop it down to good. Because, well, it is a good case. It certainly is. I think it's, you know, pretty straightforward. Doesn't have any kind of, you know, panache, you know? Alright, so next up, 1-3. Now, not a lot of people really like to hate on the, third cases of all of the games. But I don't really see it. And yeah, look, I'm seeing you. Yeah, okay. I'd say 1-3 is, pretty great. I actually enjoy it more than, Turnabout Sisters. I legitimately believe that at least the first game just kept getting better with each and every case. I know a lot of people shit on the, third cases of each game, but I'm really not sure why. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed Turnabout Samurai. It's a great, I love when a case is just over the top ridiculous, but also makes a lot of sense. You know, the whole samurai going to kill each other, and but you know, it's the camera, and then it's a costume, because, you know, and the limp, and I think it's a just very, pretty intricate case. I think it's truly one that, showcases what's great about, the Ace Attorney franchise. It encapsulates it really well. It has some great characters, like, Wendy Oldbag, who, as much as I hate to voice her, it's, she's certainly entertaining whenever she's there. Will Powers is great. And then the villain, I forget her name, but she's a pretty good villain too, although not as good as Red White. Red White is fantastic, let's be honest. And yeah, it's also the case where, Edgeworth really decides to just help us out, and where Phoenix and Edgeworth really decide to work together, to take the true killer down. And it's so glorious to see. I mean, I'm a big Wrightworth shipper. And seeing Edgeworth and Wright work together for the first time, really. I mean, he kind of gives him a small assist during Turnabout Sisters, but it's not too big. Turnabout Samurai, he straight up works alongside Wright. Like the part where he does an objection, but he can't come up with something to say. He does like a, you know, it's a very Wright thing to do, and I really like it. It's very cute. Moving on to 1-4. I mean, there's no question where I'm putting this. This is a fantastic case. It encapsulate, I mean, while I said that 1-3 pretty much encapsulates everything that makes Ace Attorney great, 1-4 does everything that 1-3 does even better. You know, the not knowing who, you know, people's identities, you know, people standing in for each other, fucking having over the top ridiculousness. We literally have a parrot come to testify in court, and we cross-examine a parrot,
and fucking Manfred von Karma retrained the parrot before the court date because he knew that we were gonna call on the parrot to testify. Like, I just love that. I love the idea of Manfred von Karma spending an entire evening before court just training a parrot. Just nothing else. Not even preparing for the next day in court. Just training a parrot. It's a fantastic visual image, and I will never get it out of my mind, and I love that. It's a fantastic case. You know, it's hilarious from that point, but, you know, von Karma is a truly frightening opponent, you know? His cases are, for the most part, truly perfect on the way he will literally object to everything you do. It's something that pretty much no other Ace Attorney prosecutor will do. Just the sheer amount of objections and stuff that he throws around. Okay, swimming anyone is getting a bit tiring, so I'm probably gonna go swap this out for another great song. Gato's theme. YouTube, don't give me ads. Don't do it. Oh, there's a second ad. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, I'm glad I can cut this out of the video, you know? There we go. Alright, now we have the Gato theme going, so let's continue. Yeah, so 1-4 is truly a fantastic case, but... And, you know, Von Karma, terrifying villain, absolutely terrifying, and, you know... It's the first time we actually end up, you know, the prosecutor turns out to be the villain. Gato turns out to be the villain in 3-5 as well, but, you know, this was the first time it happened. It was really cool, and, you know, it connected back to the DL6 incident, and it was, you know, other cases have connected back to previous cases, but this was the first one that did it. It truly, you know, pioneered a lot of what a lot of the other cases in future games would do. You know, with relation to, you know, doing previous cases and having deep emotional bonds, because, like, yeah, you have a little bit of an emotional bond in 1-1 and 1-2. I mean, in 1-1, the accused is your friend, in 1-2, your mentor gets murdered. In 1-3, not, but there's not really anything past that. In 1-4, Edgeworth is at the center of it all, and his relationship with his father and his mentor, Von Karma. From both a case standpoint and a storytelling standpoint, 1-4 is absolutely fantastic. And then we get to what is probably my favorite case in the series, so I'm actually going to put it right there. Rise from the Ashes. God damn Rise from the Ashes. Possibly the longest case in the series. So when I played the first Ace Attorney game, it was 30 episodes long. That was how long the series was. 13 of those episodes were Rise from the Ashes. It was almost as long as the entire rest of the game. It was mind-blowing, because every time you thought, okay, this is it, we figured it out, something new would come up, and another layer. There were so many fucking layers. I mean, Chief Gant forged a crime scene to make it look like Emma was the murderer. Then Lana thought Emma was the murderer, so she forged the crime scene again to make it look like Joe Dark was the murderer, leading to Damon Gant having essentially blackmail on Lana for the entire thing. Oh, nice new profile picture, look. And then, you know, on the final day where the statute of limitations is running out or whatever. No, it's not statute of limitations, it's evidence transferal. Fucking, Gant murders Goodman and uses Lana, like, to stuff in the back of Edgar's car, who then drives to the prosecutor's office, and, you know, the car, and, you know, 2 murders happen at the same time, with Officer Meekins getting attacked by Jake Marshall, who was dressed as Goodman. There's so many layers and so much shit that happens, and so many fantastic characters. I mean, you know, Jake Marshall, not Bruce, we didn't really see him as a character since he's the victim. Angel Starr, Officer Meekins too, Chief Gant is also terrifying. Like, I think there's 2 characters in all of Ace Attorney that I can truly call terrifying. They are Damon Gant and Von Karma. I feel like, because this case was made after the other 2 games were made, so it was, you know, made in retrospect. But I think it does a great job taking everything that, you know, they've learned in making 3 full Ace Attorney games and cramming it all into one super massive mega case, and it is fantastic from start to end. I know some people complain about the pacing of it, right? They say it might be a bit too poorly paced, but I actually thought the pacing was perfect. The slow burn that it is truly just makes it feel so epic and impactful, and the forensic mechanics with Emma are actually really cool, and having played it before going on to games 2 and 3, it's it's kind of frustrating, Like, for example, during 3-5, which I literally just finished playing, like, minutes ago, when, you find the sword in Elise's staff, right? And you're like, could this be the murder weapon? There's no blood on it, right? I mean, during that whole case, I said, wow, I wish Emma was here with some luminol fluid, because then we'd know if it was the murder weapon or not, Even if the blood was washed away, the luminol reveals it. So, the case had something that none of the other cases has, and that's Phoenix actually, doing scientific investigation, like, collecting a lot of evidence, which is why I think Emma was so, much more useful than, Maya ever is in the other games. And it really just takes everything about all the other games and just crams it so perfectly. And from start to end, there's not a single moment that I didn't enjoy my time with, Rise from the Ashes. Even in the times where I was in like a 2-hour-long investigation and I had absolutely no idea what to do, I was still enjoying my ass off. So yeah, Rise from the Ashes, greatest case in Ace Attorney. But with that, we move on to the second game. Justice for All. Starting off with 2-1. Where is that? 2-1. The Lost Turnabout. I'm a bit between mediocre and good. I mean, I think I'm gonna give it a good. I'm gonna be generous here. Because I really like The Lost Turnabout. The idea of, it's a great way to reintroduce the fans to Phoenix Wright by essentially having Phoenix lose his memory, which is why he needs to learn a bunch of the stuff all over again, right? So it essentially, provides a way for, you to be kind of, handheld your way through the case without it making it seem kind of, without making it seem kind of, contrived that Phoenix, this ace attorney that has solved all these great cases. Oh, yes! One thing I forgot to say about Rise from the Ashes. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not done. Rise from the Ashes also because in the original game, Edgeworth leaves after 1-4. But 1-5 completely changes that and really recharacterizes his exit, Because in 1-4, he leaves after realizing that the reason why he wanted to become a defense attorney... I mean, in 1-4, the reason why he wanted to become a prosecutor was actually false. He believed that a guilty man was proven innocent by a bastard defense attorney, so he was like, well, then I'll become a prosecutor and not let any criminals escape. 1-4 shows him that he's wrong, but it also shows him, by working together with Phoenix, he's learned, he's moved on, he no longer cares about his perfect win record. Throughout the course of the first game, he really becomes to care about justice and truly getting the right people behind bars and the right people found innocent. Which is why I think it makes sense for him to continue as a prosecutor. Because for him to quit right after 1-4 feels like he forgot all the lessons that he learned during the previous trials. But then in 1-5, he learns that even if he's trying his best, an injustice could come at any moment. When he used false evidence in the SL9 incident to get Joe Dark convicted, even though he himself never knew that, he always believed that as long as the prosecution and the defense both play their part, at the end of the day, whatever comes out is the truth, because if they both act perfectly, then all that will decide is the evidence. But with the forged evidence that he himself used without knowing, it completely threw everything. And while 1-4 gave him hope that perhaps he could be a prosecutor who actually fought for justice, 1-5 shattered that completely, and I think it makes his exit even better. Okay, but now moving on to
2-1. Where was it? 2-1. The stolen tournament. Yeah, it's a great way for recharacterizing, for, you know, bringing back Right without, you know, undoing all of his experience, because, you know, the loss of memory. Maggie Bird, kind of an annoying character. Don't really like her. Don't really like her relationship with Gumshoe, although Gumshoe is a fantastic character. But the villain is, oh my god, I love him. I completely forgot his name, but I love him. I mean, what a Giga Chad. Just like, what, you gonna, you know, the person you tried to frame for murder got a defense attorney? Just fucking try to kill the defense attorney before the trial. I mean, it's insane that no one else has thought to try to do something like that, you know? It's quite brilliant. And, you know, it's a very short case, and in a sense, it essentially does everything that 1-1 tries to do, but better, right? Presents, you know, more compelling characters, a more interesting plot line, and yeah, better music. The theme song of the villain in 2-1 still remains one of my favorite tracks in the game, and I'm actually gonna go ahead and play that right now. 2-1 any theme. I'm glad I can just cut these bits out in post, you know?
You can achieve anything with good sleep.
Stupid fucking ads.
Trusted City Furniture to help. Starting at 120.
What the fuck was his name? Oh my god, these ads are gonna fucking be the death of me. Holy shit. Steve Vasquez, Manfred Von Commer, Jake Marshall, Damon Gant, Richard Wellington. There we go. Richard Wellington. What a name. What a fucking name. Truly fantastic. Theme. Do we... Where's his theme? Oh, that's oh my god. Richard Wellington. 2-1 intro? Attorney intro theme, maybe? See if it works. Use an ad blocker. I don't have time to download it. 2-1 Ace Attorney theme. No, that's Pursuit. Huh. Well, whatever. Actually, yeah. Lost Turnabout. Theme? Come on. There we go. It's really short though, so I'm just gonna loop it. And you know, there we go. Finally found it, but it's really short, so I'll just loop it for a little bit while we're talking about this case. I love this. And the fact that it's Wellington's theme song makes it so much better. I think it's a Bach piece? I'm not sure, but it sounds great. I love it. It had so much tension and stuff. I'm actually not using Chrome for the music. I'm actually doing Firefox luck. So yeah, and with that, we'll move on to 2-2 Reunion and Turnabout. It's a great one. It is. And with... Oh, I forgot about this part. Oh, that's good. Alright, we're done here. Let's go... Miles' theme now. That's a good one, too. Theme. What is it? Great Revival, that's the one. Alright, now we've got Great Revival going. This should last us for a while. So, 2-2. 2 is basically everything 1-2 is, but better, right? It features a storyline in which Maya is caught at the center, accused of, murder. But what's really cool is that we actually get a nice intro to it. We actually get to know the victim before it happens, and we're actually there. We're a witness to the crime. And Morgan Face scheming and, planning stuff out with Mini Miney and then swapping it out and then, disguising herself as if, she was the channeled spirit of Miney, and then, the doctor pulls out a fucking gun! And just, I love when a villain just, I love it when when your character, Phoenix, is caught right in the middle of the crime, and he's just getting led around. Like, that's, I think, one of the things I love about Danganronpa, is that you're directly involved in all the murders that take place. And this felt like that, right? With Morgan dragging you around and manipulating you, like, oh, you burst into the room and there you see Miney disguised as Maya, and then, Morgan takes you out of the room because she needs to do some dark magic to, like, free Maya's body, and then while you're out of the room, they do the little switcheroo, and Miney goes back to hiding, and, it's all that cool stuff, and switcheroos, and trickery and stuff, and it's also when we first meet Von Karma, the best girl of Ace Attorney. Man, you should have seen my fucking reaction when I heard the name Von Karma, and I thought Big Daddy Von Karma was coming back. Ooh, boy. And I when I heard it was just his heir, I was kind of disappointed. I can't lie. But then I met Von Karma, and let's say I was not disappointed. 2-2 was fantastic. And we also meet Pearl here, who becomes our companion for the next 2 games. And I'm not the biggest fan of Pearl, but she's great. She's very cute. She's always great to have around, even if she's not very helpful. And that moves us on to 2-3. Turnabout Big Top. Turnabout Big Top, I think, graduates between great and good. I really like Turnabout Big Top. Actually, yeah, I have to give it a grade. I just remembered the very end of Turnabout Big Top, where I've remembered, where I remember the very end of Turnabout Big Top with the breakdown for Acrobat, and oh my god, it's so good. It's such a tragic case. Probably one of the most tragic villains in the whole franchise, because his brother was paralyzed by Regina, so he wanted to get his revenge on her by killing her, but instead, because of her naivete and stupidity, he actually accidentally ends up killing the ringmaster, the man who was almost like a father to him, who had given him everything. And so it's so sad when you finally reveal that he has the bust and the murder weapon hidden underneath his wheelchair, and he starts crying. Oh my god. Like, the case itself was mediocre. Like, if it wasn't for Acrobat's character, I would probably put it in good. Like, it was a decent case overall. I like the whole flying statue thing, even though it was a bit contrived, like, how did he set up the pulley systems and stuff? Like, that seems I mean, he's an acrobat, so he probably does a lot of this stuff, and he probably has, like, flying equipment that Max uses, but, also Max Galactic is fabulous! Love that, man. But yeah, the Acrobat's breakdown at the end truly pushes it up from a good case to a great case. And maybe if it was a bit less contrived and some of the characters were a bit less annoying, like Trillo and Quist. I mean, like Trillo and Ben. Then, perhaps that case could have been one of the better ones. But for right now, I think Great suits it really well. So, moving on. 3-4. I mean, what can I say? It's the 4th game, it goes in ace. That's typically how it goes, there is one exception. We'll get to that. Man. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna actually have to put it, I'm not gonna rank these here individually. These are just tiers, but I think for the ace one, I'm actually gonna rank them in the order that I really like them, because I genuinely think Farewell My Turnabout is better than Turnabout Goodbyes. I mean, we see the return of Edgeworth. He picks up the mantle of a defense attorney. I mean, prosecutor, what? That's later. Of a prosecutor once again. And it's fantastic. I mean, it's the first case where you actually defend a character that is actually guilty, and it's actually, I'm pretty sure, the only case. Because Matt Onguard is really, you know, the true mastermind behind the murder. I mean, sure, he used a hitman to do it, but at the end of the day, he should be charged for that murder, and he is, and it's so satisfying. But you have to defend him because Maya's life is on the line. Working together with Edgeworth and Gumshoe, I love Edgeworth when he realizes that, you know, if he gets that guilty verdict, Maya's gonna die. So he actually delays the trial a couple of days on purpose to try to give Phoenix more time and the police more time to actually figure out where Maya is and save her. And it's just so sweet of him and really reveals how much he's changed over the course of the games. From doing anything to get a guilty verdict to being willing to sacrifice his case in order to make sure that a guilty person gets found guilty to almost getting a guilty person found innocent. The very thing that got him to become, that made him want to become a prosecutor in the first place. To betray those ideals to protect Maya's life. I think it's absolutely a fantastic case. And Edgeworth is fantastic during it. Also, a very smart guy, Shelley DeKiller, great name by the way, shot the prosecutor. He just shot the prosecutor so that she couldn't be in the case. Of course, then he got Edgeworth, but you know, he tried. He was pretty smart. I'm surprised none of the other people have done that, although I guess most of the people tend to be on the side of the prosecutors, you know? Especially the bad guys. So yeah, yeah, Edgeworth, and then, you know, Matt's breakdown, him, you know, removing the hair and going from, like, this oblivious guy to, like, hey, how's it going? Like, this evil dude with, like, tiger smacks on his face and shit, fucking wine glass and shit. I love how much his character changes from when you reveal his secret. And then his breakdown at the end when he just starts scratching his face like fucking Shigaraki from My Hero Academia. Oh, so good. The best part is we actually do our job. We try to get him declared innocent, but he realizes if he doesn't go to jail, Shelly's gonna fucking murder him. So he chooses to go to jail voluntarily. It's such a good ending to such a good game. And with that, we move on to the third game, which I'm sad to say was actually my least favorite of the Ace Attorney games. I know a lot of people really like Trials and Tribulations, but I don't know why. It just didn't really hook me. So starting off with 3-1, I'd say that's also a pretty good case. You know, it's a good case. It's a good fucking case. You know, getting to meet Phoenix back when he was in university, and getting to meet the big bad of the whole game, Dahlia Hawthorne. This I can appreciate. I like the fact that the third game feels a lot more connected than all the other games, because Dahlia Hawthorne, who ends up being the villain for the final case as well, well, not the villain, but the bigger villain, gets introduced in the very first trial, and I think that adds a great sense of continuity. We also learn about Mia, and we get to see her being a defense attorney, which then, you know, helps us characterize some of the stuff we see about her and Gatto, Diego Armando, later on in the game. Not to mention, it actually name drops Diego Armando. This is one thing I did manage to catch when I first played 3-4. I remembered Diego's name. That they actually mentioned Diego all the way at 3-1, and I actually went back. After doing 3-4, I went back, played 3-1, and you can very clearly see that, you know, Mia's reaction to Dahlia and all of that, the poison bottle as well. It's some great foreshadowing that I never really caught the first time around, but I'm glad I didn't. Because going back and seeing that was actually truly fantastic. So 3-1, again, a fantastic opening case that really does a great job setting up the rest of the game. And okay, I think this case, this music is getting a bit tiring. So let's go swap it out to Tribulations, objection, theme. Glad I can just skip this on the YouTube version. Makes this so much easier.
Pop-Tarts would turn a snack run into a snack race. Crazy good.
Fantastic song. All right, let's move on. Oh, and I need to get my chat back on the screen. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's a truly great start to the first game, and I really appreciate what it does in setting up case 3-4 and 3-5, although we'll get to those two in a bit. Next up, we get to the stolen turnabout, and this might be a bit of a controversial opinion. I actually don't know. Wait, where's 2-4? Oh, wait, what? That's oh, that's 3-4. Fuck, sorry, I put the wrong game up there. 2-4, my bad. They both have Edgeworth on the cover, so I got them mistaken. You know, 2-4, 3-4, same thing. All right, moving on. Where is 3-2? This might be a bit of a controversial opinion, but I'm gonna put 3-2 on one of the best cases. Goddamn, I love Masque de Masque. Again, I love cases with like ridiculous costumes and stuff like that. You know, Masque de Masque and stealing the shit, and I like the fact that it's actually two cases in one, that we actually managed to get the innocent verdict for what at first isn't a murder case, but then there's a development, and boom, there's a murder, and then we have to solve the murder case. This is something that I've always wanted in an Ace Attorney game. Not like this. I've always said that I wanted a serial killing, where, you know, in the middle of the court proceedings, or in between court days, right? Another person gets murdered, and it shifts the entire case on its head, or a body gets discovered. And this truly doesn't. I mean, it's not the same thing, but it's the same essence, where a body actually gets discovered after the first day in court, and it completely changes the entire dynamic of the trial. And it's so good. It's also the introduction to Gatto, who, I say right here and right now, Gatto is the worst prosecutor in the entire Ace Attorney franchise. He is an idiot. He does not know how the law works. He cannot make a coherent argument in court. But goddamn, is that sweet, bitter taste of dark coffee. Fuck, I messed that up. But goddamn, is that man one sweet taste of bitter black coffee to have on screen at all times. God, I love Gatto. You know, as much as, well, I don't think he deserves any sympathy for his actions, and I think he's an absolutely garbage defense attorney, probably even worse than Winston Payne. He just has the confidence of Von Karma, and the judge goes along with it for some reason, which truly hurts case 3-5, but we'll get to that. God damn, I just love him. I just think he's entertaining. You know, I like the coffee, you know, I gave him this, like, really deep, sultry voice. And it's very fun to do. It's very easy on the vocal cords,
As opposed to doing something like Old Bag.
you know? He's always a pleasure to have on screen. His weird, out there metaphors. I love when, you know, you expect him to actually make a rational argument, and then he just goes into some random-ass metaphor that makes no sense. It's stupid, but I enjoy it, you know? I don't have to, I don't know. I think this case is like my guilty pleasure. Because, you know, the whole Master and oh god, Luke Atme might be one of my favorite characters in the entire franchise. God damn, Luke Atme, ace detective. Oh, I love him so much. And the whole blackmail plot, and how, you know, I love how intricate this case is. For being just a, you know, it's again a lot like 2-2 in that it has a very intricate scenario, but it's even more so, I think, in 3-2, because it involves like blackmail and extortion and fencing and this and oh, so good. Also, I like that it also does world building, strangely enough. It's like it and 3-3 are two of the cases to do any kind of like major world building by establishing Masque de Masque as like this criminal that then turns into a vigilante that fights crime, you know? And that brings us to, sadly, where is it? 3-3 is the worst case in the series, by far and away. The only good thing about this case is, that it establishes some lore with Masque de Masque. That's literally it. Okay, I suppose Jean Armstrong is kind of funny, but that's pretty much it, you know? Like, it's an extremely easy case. It might actually be one of the easiest cases in the whole franchise. I figured out, basically exactly what happened really early on, so it kind of made the rest of it a bit monotone, and also, you know, I really did kind of like that subplot of, you know, the tiger impersonating Phoenix Wright to get
Maggie found guilty. I thought that was huge. I love that. Again, as shown by 2-1 and 2-4, I love it when the villain messes with either the defense or the prosecution to get their way, right? Because, you know, they don't play fair. They're a murderer. Why do they want a fair trial? They're not gonna play fair. And I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. But the way in which it is done hurts me so. Well, I love the idea of the tiger impersonating Phoenix Wright. You know, okay, maybe the skin coloring is a bit much, but, you know, you can pass that off. You know, the whole he got a tan while he was off on vacation. You can pass that off, I feel. I mean, give him a suit. Yeah, he just looks like a tan Phoenix Wright. He looks like Phoenix Trump or whatever. Or as I've called him, Phoenix Wrong. Because, you know, he's an imposter Phoenix Wright. But the attorney badge really drove me over the edge. It really did. The attorney badge was fucking cardboard. Like, if he had actually had a decent, like, replica of an attorney's badge, I would have actually loved that thing, but it really just... I mean, I know it's the Ace Attorney ridiculousness, but it really just makes no sense that no one would realize that the badge was literally made of paper. Like, if you would, like... The skin was already a stretch, but I would have excused it if he had an actual decent badge. But no, the case just is dumb like that. But yeah, I do like the ending where you actually lie to trick the tiger into confessing to the crime and then, haha, I lied! But, you know, I don't think he can make up for it. I think, you know, the entire case was built on the fact that someone decided, I want to have Maya in a maid uniform. And then they built the entire case off of that, you know? I think it's kind of dumb. Oh, yes, and I forgot to say, in 3-2, we also get to see Maya get, channeled in front of Gato, or Diego, for the first time, and I love his reaction. I didn't really get it the first time I was playing. It seemed a bit weird, but then but I remember... literally during this stream that we're finishing off right now, I went back and watched 3-2 when she got channeled to see his reaction, and sure enough, foreshadowing. So again, while I don't think 3-2 had the individual cases of the third game weren't as good as the individual cases in all of the other games, I truly appreciate what it was trying to do in building a sort of cohesive narrative through all of the games, and with Gato's character as well. Which brings us to 3-4. It's mediocre, at best. You know, actually, no. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I shitted on this... Actually, no. Put it up to good. I shitted on this case a lot. When I first played it, I said it was the worst case. It was worse than the rest of your turnabout. It's not true. I went through it again, watched my video, watched my own stream, my VOD, and it's not by a long shot. It's a decent case. I think I just got really pissed towards the end of it for some reason. I don't remember what. I think I just messed up on something really simple, and that put me in a really sour mood, and I really shitted on that case a lot. I really didn't have any reason to. It was a good case all around. I like the introduction of Dahlia and, you know, truly getting to see how she's an evil bastard all the way, and it introduces Diego as a character, and I think Diego is fantastic when he, you know, when he gets the coffee mug and just like, a lawyer can't cry until it's done. It just crushes it, and then blood starts to come from his hand, because he can't cry with his eyes, the blood coming from his hand symbolizes his tears. He bleeds with it, he cries with his hand and his blood rather than his face. You know, it's, you know, where he's like always trying to put on a brave face regardless of how hurt you actually are, and I think it's such a great metaphor. It's the greatest metaphor he's ever uttered, the only one that actually made sense, and I really like that, and I love his character as a defense attorney, even though I hate him as a prosecutor. And that brings us to 3-5, which I was going to put in disappointing, but it's really mediocre. I think narratively, 3-5 is a fantastic case, tying together not only 3-1 and 3-4, right, the whole overarching storyline of Gato and Trials and Tribulations, but also taking it back to the Deal 6 incident from 1-4 and Mia from, 1-2. It really feels like a finale case that ties together the whole series in a way.
and it's really cool from a narrative standpoint. But when you actually take a look at some of the mechanics of the case, it's, I also didn't really like the fact that it tries to make you feel bad for Iris and Gato. I mean, you can feel bad for Gato, I guess, but his actions are still inexcusable, and he himself admits it. But Iris is the one that really pisses me off, but she literally helped a serial killer for years. And we're supposed to feel bad for her because she was, like, determined to go against her once to save her boyfriend. Like, really? I'm supposed to feel bad for her? In my opinion, Iris can go fuck herself. She might be one of the worst people in this whole game franchise. Not as bad as Dahlia, or, you know, mind you, but still pretty bad. She was an accomplice to a serial killing, so, you know. I mean, it's not really a serial killing, it's more a mass murder, but whatever. But narratively, I thought it was really well done. I really didn't like some of the mechanics from it. Like, for example, Gato using the rope from the bridge to swing the body over the ravine makes absolutely no sense. First of all, from a physical standpoint, the body shouldn't have enough momentum and shouldn't have enough rope length to make it all the way to the other side of the ravine. And if it did, it certainly wouldn't have a drop of 10 feet. That much is ridiculous. Unless Gato is like has superhuman strength and just yeeted that shit down, I don't know how 10 feet could have been achieved from a, you know, I'm a physics major. I have to say this shit, you know? But that's fine. What really pisses me off is the fact that the really common video game trope of a grapple hook or some kind of thing like that, untying on its own. Like, well, you know, when in Uncharted 4, you throw your grapple hook on something, you swing on, and then as you let go, it magically unhooks. That's fine. The point of Uncharted 4 is the fun gameplay, right? But for a game all about logic and reasoning and that sort of stuff, I think it's really fucking cheap to do the thing where he ties her to a rope, swings her, and then magically at the end of the rope's arc, at the perfect moment, the rope magically unties and she lands on the other side. It makes no sense, it doesn't work in real life, and I think it has no place in a game of logic and reasoning like Ace Attorney. But I digress. Oh yeah, also, when Dahlia inhibits the body of Elise Doxnum and heads over to the Inner Temple, it's first of all a huge plot contrivance that she decides to happen to carry Elise's staff with her, which makes no sense because she's not playing the character of Elise, she's playing the character of Iris. So taking the staff makes no sense. It's purely a contrivance because she needs to take the staff. Yeah, you're right, Luck. And talking about facts and logic, you know? Destroyed these liberals with facts and logic. You need to take the staff to the Inner Temple so that Gato can use it as the murder weapon, right? That's the only way you can make the case work, but it's a huge contrivance because there's no actual reason for her to actually, you know, take the murder weapon to the crime scene. It makes no sense, frankly. But it's even worse by the fact that she apparently went there holding this big-ass staff, which belonged to the master of the Kurain School of Channeling, and she just happened to run into Sister Bikini, who was like, oh yes, I'm sure this is fine. I'm gonna completely ignore the fact that she's carrying the staff, even though she's not supposed to, and I'm not gonna bring it up in court at all, because plot hole! I guess, I would still be a bit miffed about it if Sister Bikini hadn't actually ran into her at the Inner Temple, because yeah, it's a bit of a plot contrivance, but you know, all plots are contrived to one degree or another. I mean, I can complain about it, but I don't think it's case-breaking at all. Maybe she just happened to take it for some reason, I don't know. But the fact that Sister Bikini is there turns it from a contrivance to a straight-up plot hole, because she really should have given us that information in the court trial. And it's never brought again how Bikini didn't seem to notice that she had a staff, like, if it was any other staff, yeah, sure, but this staff belonged to the master of the Kurain School of Channeling, your literal boss. Come on, man. I know Bikini's not the sharpest, but... And then the ending really killed me. I was originally going to give the game a good, because, you know, some inconsistencies are fine. But what really killed this game for me was the ending. It got to the end, And Gato essentially confirmed, oh yeah, so I figured out this plot that Dahlia was trying to kill Maya, so so I wanted to protect Maya, and so I teamed up with Elise, and we hatched this plot, and then I went and hid at the murder site. But you can't prove that I did it. Like, what? Like, what he said is the equivalent. Alright, so yes, I admit I broke into the bank vault, and the security camera footage shows me piling money into the bag, and then a few minutes later, I'm seen walking out of the vault. I'm seen walking out of the bank with the same colored bag, but you can't actually prove that, I stole the money. I put the money in the bag, but can you be sure that's the bag I actually took? That bag I took on my way out might have just been a decoy, man. All the evidence points to me, but I still didn't do it. Like, the way they dragged it out at the very end really pissed me off. It was really dumb. It was really dumb. He had literally confessed to it. There was literally not a single person in their right mind would look at that evidence and say, yes, there is a 1% chance that Gato didn't do it. No. After his, mini confession, it was 100% clear he had done it. Everything made sense. There was nothing else to clear up, but he still wanted me to present some more evidence to him, because that's all he does, and that's why I hate him as a prosecutor, why he's so annoying. I really think it was just dragged on for no reason. It added nothing to the story to drag it on like that. The moment with Phoenix pointing with, Mia could have been done earlier when he, could have been done earlier. They didn't have to extend it that much. I thought it was really in poor taste. Turned a case that was decent, not my favorite, but it turned it into a really just painful case that I actively dislike. And it's a shame for a case that is, supposed to tie off the whole series. But so while I dislike the individual cases of 3, as specifically 3-5, I do appreciate what they tried to do in creating this sort of intertwined storyline with the Faye family and Diego Armando and Dahlia Hawthorne, bringing back to DL6 and all that stuff. I thought it was really cool. I appreciate that it tried to tie together all the previous games and everything we've done so far. Because it also tied back into 2-2 reunion tournament with Morgan Faye, and then how the whole game sort of tied together really cohesively. I really appreciate what they tried to do, but the execution was, I'm sorry to say, really bad, and I'm really disappointed in it. But yeah, that's my ranking of the Ace Attorney cases. Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again because it's getting dark and you can see it from the right side of my face. I use natural light on that side with a window, and it's getting dark so you can see it, and I need to go eat dinner. But, we've been streaming for 7 hours, it was fun. So, yeah, if you're new here, let me know down in the comments. What do you think of my ranking? I know some people are gonna heavily disagree. Probably regarding my characterization of Iris and Gato. I know a lot of people like them. My hatred for the 5th case in the 3rd game, and a lot of people like those, and how much I seem to like the 3rd Turnabout Big Top. I think a lot of people hate Turnabout Big Top, so I know there's a lot of disagreements, but let's have a civil conversation down in the comments. And I would also really appreciate if you chose to subscribe. We stream on YouTube right here, right on this channel, and you can join us. I will probably be playing the next Ace Attorney game at some point, which should be Apollo Justice. Not sure. It will happen at some point, though. I will definitely continue this series. I'm just gonna need to take a break from it for a while. I'm gonna be focusing on Shin Megami Tensei 3 for the time being, because I want to finish that game before 5 comes out. But yeah, this is the end of this video, and the end of this stream, and the end of this trilogy. It's been great for all the people that have been here, either the whole way through, or who have just shown up for a few episodes. You're all fantastic. It's been fantastic having you. This has been a fantastic game, and my camera is not on, and I'm kind of sad that it's ending. It's bittersweet, but we're moving on to some other stuff, and I promised I'd finish it today, and we finished it today, so there's that. Yeah, drop a like if you enjoyed, and I'll see you all on Saturday for some Danganronpa, hopefully. Later, guys. Later, Luck. It's been great having you. Thanks for being here.